TNT, blowing up the lies, bringing truth to the street. JB, storms rolling, thunder in the sky. The cap. Keeping freedom alive. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Turn it up loud, the signal's gonna last. Is it just me or are we putting it on blast? From shadows to spotlight, we're calling the play. Name by name, but we're louder this way. King is here now, so we can start the show. If you're short on dirty money, put it on Jamie's tab, go. When a troll slips in the chat, we ask Steve, is that you? Don't spam the chat or Chris will give you the boot. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Truth bombs drop and the die is cast. Hidden jokes and heavy riffs, the legends all ride. Together we're the force they can't divide. Earl's daughter speaks the truth, Bill shows no fear. We give up the crown when Andrea gets here. Elmo did it for a Klondike bar, now everybody knows his name. Cool Vic laughing, Ricky Lee sparks a flame. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Truth bombs drop and the die is cast. Hidden jokes and heavy riffs, the legends all ride. Together we're the force they can't divide. We hate to break it to you, but the jar is open. The light breaks free. Is it just me? Now it's you and me. This is our song, our noise, our legacy. Christ is King. Christ is King.
All right, what is up, everybody? Got the little intro song to play there. It's the newer version. Let's see here. It's the version that's been rarely heard, I should say. Time to stop drinking coffee. Yeah, good to see everybody. Hope everybody's having a good time. What's up, TNT? What's up, just me? Or Get Right with God. Hope you guys are doing good. Let me put the chat up on screen. And maybe. Let's see. What's it doing? Oh yeah, it's not on the screen whenever I gotta move this up. There we go. There we go. And then okay. Just a little bit. All right, what's up, everybody? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Tab. How's it going, brother? Got a lot to talk about. First off, I want to apologize. Time to switch from coffee to whiskey. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But oh, let's see here. Actually, let me adjust this a little bit more. There we go. Can make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see that. Is that readable at least? Still pretty small. Sorry. Doing some on-the-fly adjustments, you guys. Anyways. What's up, Papa Smurf? What's up, Wolf's friend? Hope you're doing well. I got your message on Discord this morning. And, yeah, I hope you're doing well. You are in our prayers. That's for sure. So make sure you guys are hitting that like button. We got one. We got one. We're not crying about it. We're saying we're concerned. But you know, hey, I don't gotta live there. I just hope the people that flee don't want to bring their bullshit to my state whenever they do. Gwendolyn, or should we call you Karen? Let's see. Let's see. So, okay. So I think we're all set up. We have a lot to talk about here. First off, Mamdani, he wins the governor's election in New York. We expected that, right? We expected it. We were hoping for better. We're hoping that the New Yorkers would, wise up a little bit. But, what more can you expect from a heavy Democrat city? What up, Papa Smurf? Oh, yeah, you're already in here. I thought you just popped in. Yeah, just jumped the shark, that's for sure. Let's see here. So, Trump once again is calling for the nuclear option to remove the filibuster. We're going to talk about that. I'm really looking forward to talking about that because I've been thinking about that one a lot lately. So Wolfsrun says he's now in cardiac tower. Heart catheter tomorrow. Dang. Yeah, like I said, best wishes. You're in our prayers, all that stuff. But I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Was hoping we'd see you tonight, but I wasn't sure. New Yorkers, that says it all. Yeah, you're right, Tab. What up, Klondike? Elmo? Good to see you, brother. Hope everybody's having a good one. But yeah, you guys might have noticed, if you didn't get my messages, I tried to be clear. I put out a community tab, a community post. I posted in the Discord, and I posted in the jar openers chat there on X. So I was hoping that everybody would see the message, but you never know, right? And so, anyways, unfortunately, the last 2 days were a whirlwind of emotions for us here in our household. Our littlest dog, Minnie, who was about to turn 15 next month, her health has been going downhill. She was blind, mostly deaf. You had to yell and she would sometimes hear you. The only thing that she really saw was like she would flinch when we turned the light on in a room if we're carrying her around. Her health had just diminished to the point where she couldn't even sleep at night. She was throwing up all the time. And we had to make that decision that every dog parent not looks forward to, but whatever the opposite of dreads, right? We had to make that decision, that fateful decision to do what's best for her and remove her pain that she was suffering from. She also had some stuff. We'd gotten some x-rays and diagnosis earlier this year, and she had 3 deteriorating spinal or vertebrae in her spine, and just so a lot of things combined, heart murmur as well that they found, and we had to make that decision for her yesterday. So we said our goodbyes yesterday, and then it's not easy finding a pet cremation company that will let you have the access that the one that we found did, and it was nearly an hour drive away. There's a lot of crazy nightmare stories out there of people just giving you fireplace ashes in return for your pet, and we just wanted to do right by her. So we littlest dog named Minnie. The biggest one was Mickey, actually. And biggest called Colossal. So yeah, anyways, we found this guy. He's a ex-military. He was in the Air Force, I think, or Navy. I think he was in Navy for 10 years. And we trusted him to do the the cremation, and he let us kind of get a behind the scenes look at everything to make sure everything was on the up and up. Just so you know, there was a company down here that was caught giving people fireplace ashes twice. They went to jail both times and paid heavy fines, but they went right back to it, and they're still in business today. So there's just a lot of distrust when it comes to that stuff here, at least with us, and we want to make sure we did right by her. So we did that, and that just was a full day of stuff, on top of already having our youngest dog, who is ironically our biggest dog at the time, Parker, already scheduled for to be spayed in the morning. So we started off the day dropping Parker off, going straight to the other doctor for Minnie, and then going from there to the crematorium, and then going from the crematorium back to pick up Parker, who she's in recovery now. She's recovering, but she's not quite herself yet, right? Sounds like the trucking business. Yeah, lots of driving. We ended up back home, but it was a long day, a long, stressful day. Minnie's still consuming my thoughts, today, and probably will for a little while. But that's what we had to do, and I just couldn't focus. I didn't have the time to sit down and even care about what was going on. I know yesterday was a big day with the elections going on around the country, and I would have liked to have been on to talk about that stuff more live, but we'll talk about it tonight with some, hindsight and retrospect and most updated of news and stuff like that. So I appreciate you all in chat for your condolences and your RIPs and keeping us in your thoughts and prayers and stuff like that over the last couple days. So anyways, that's where we're at with everything. Yeah, Elmo, every pet owner doesn't want to do, but has to sometimes. Yeah, it's, God gave us dominion over the animals, and it's something that every pet owner signs up for, knowing that we live longer than they do. And it's just a day that nobody looks forward to. And she's our third one that has passed on. We have two more now. We've never had more than 3 at one time, but Minnie was the bridge that gapped the first 2 that we had to the second 2, and now it's on to the new generation, I guess you'd say. Minnie bridged the gap also between when we lived in Kansas City and Florida. So now our dogs are just Florida girls. But anyways, you bringing me some? Okay, my wife is bringing me a drink. Thank you. You're fine. She's standing way far back. Thank you so much. So yeah, unless your pet is a turtle, that's true, Papa Smurf. Or even I think macaws live really long too, and a lot of people will get a parrot later on in life, and then they actually live longer than the people that own them, but could be wrong about that. New York had no real choice in their election. A commie or someone that killed grandparents, not a good choice. Yeah, exactly, Elmo. You're right about that. They were definitely choosing between a giant douche and a turd sandwich, and it just sucks. It sucks for them that their respective parties didn't have the capacity to put forth a better candidate, right? Cry more. Man, you Democrats are just the worst. But I wouldn't expect anything more from you guys. So, just letting my family know here, the Jar Openers family, know why I wasn't here for the last couple of days. I'm sure you celebrated Charlie Kirk's death as well. So, I mean, your opinion means nothing to me. Crazy. Pet rocks live a while from what you hear. That's true. Papa's Merc said, I see you, wifey. Yeah, TNT, you're right. It was an easy choice, I guess. Cuomo killed 15K. Mamdani wants to kill the rest. Well, whenever your city's full of a bunch of criminals, you want to get off scot-free. You want your family members to be released from prison and not held accountable, and somehow you think it's not going to affect you when you go out in public. All I got to say is whenever you realize that it's a shithole, I hope the wall is built around your city and you're stuck. Definitely don't come to Florida. Don't come to Texas. If you do, be ready to leave all of that bullshit and your old ideas behind, because we don't want it here. We won't tolerate it here, as a matter of fact. So, you get what you vote for. And you guys voted for a socialist, borderline communist that wants to serve. That's a part of a religion, essentially, that is non-compatible with American civilization, American society, Western civilization. Yeah, Sharia courts in New York State within 3 months. Yeah, that's crazy, Wolf's friend. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. So, yeah, no place to run. Well, with a wife in real estate, I guess maybe she'll sell some houses, but... And I really don't want these people to come here. I really don't. So many of these people, they don't even have the capacity to understand that they voted for this. They're getting what they deserve, essentially. And then whenever they run, just like illegals that come into our country, they want to turn little parts of our country into, little Cuba and little Mexico and little, whatever you're from. And it's like, why? Didn't you leave that country? Didn't you come to America because it's better? Why would you want to turn the better place that you came to into the shithole that you left? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would do that. But people do, and that's what Americans will do whenever they flee one city to the next or one state to the next, that's for sure. If they want to move from New York, Venezuela is still hiring boat captains. No experience necessary. That might be the comment of the night, Elmo. That might be the comment of the night. Oh, man, that's funny. A MAGA patriot was murdered about 2 miles from your house last week. It finally made the news here. Oh, dang, that's crazy. Yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks big time. But yeah, once again, make sure you guys hitting that like button. Share the video on all of your social medias. I certainly appreciate it. And so, let me see here. What else are we going to talk about? Oh yeah, Schumer and Jeffries demand an urgent meeting with Trump to end the record 36-day shutdown. That was a fiasco. Essentially, everything that swirled around it, we don't know if it actually even happened, or I couldn't figure out if it actually happened. Potentially, it did. California's mail-in ballots for Newsom's 2026 power grab are already under criminal review after ballots were sent under the names of illegal aliens. It's being reported also by a whistleblower that the BBC doctored Trump's January 6th speech. So we'll play side by side what was said and what they doctored it to, according to the story. Gonna do some snap updates. And Trump's also celebrating affordability 1 year after his election. Groceries, gas, rental prices are all falling. And finally, if we have time, which I'm not sure if we'll have time for these last three. The first couple are pretty, I got a lot in there, but the final one, Asmongold, he says he would use his kids' preferred pronouns in order to preserve the relationship. Now, this guy, he's been getting like 1 million views on every video that he puts out there. And I would argue that it's majority from the side on the right. And after hearing him say this, I can't help but wonder if he's just a shill for views. I don't watch him a whole lot. I like a lot of what I do see. But that one surprised me. What are you going to do about the homicide rates in red states? Well, get rid of the illegals that are killing people. And look, J17777100. Your coffee has doubled, by the way. Well, maybe buy some coffee that was made in America. You understand how tariffs work, right? So, you talk about the rates of homicide in red states. Well, why don't you hold your blue states accountable for tracking these crimes properly? It's widely known that these folks record felonies as misdemeanors, and then they want, and it was all an attempt, or partially an attempt, to make Biden's crime numbers look better than they really were. But we all know that around here. So maybe you didn't know that, but I'm sure that same thing is going on with homicide rates. I don't even know where you're getting those numbers, but I can tell you Chicago, Kansas City, Missouri, Memphis, Tennessee, some of these, you know, top cities for murder rate are certainly in blue states. So I don't even know what you're talking about. All these people in Los Angeles, I don't know. You might want to double check your numbers. You might want to fact check it. But you can't grow coffee in America? You probably can. Probably can. Get a better company to buy from. Also, coffee's still pretty cheap. To stop the crimes in red states. Just, yeah, I can't read the rest of that, but I like that one, TNT. Easy. Arrest the corrupt mayors in the blue cities that allow the criminals to stay on the streets. Yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever you have these cities that are letting all the crime go, letting all the criminals go, I mean, you just don't see high homicides out in the country. That's that number. The guy, I mean, J1 or JI7771. I mean, like, use a real name, bro. Look for a coffee dealer. There's a dealer for everything everywhere now. Yeah, just get some black market coffee. Oh, that's funny. We get our coffee from Melaleuca. It didn't double. I don't know. Maybe you're drinking that monkey shit coffee. So anyways, let's get to this first story here. Let me turn that off. And all right, there we go. Yeah, murders in the country are usually feds attacking homesteaders. Facts. Yeah. even the red states that have high homicide rates, all those homicides, I would argue, are coming from the blue cities. Let's just be real about it. Anyways, make sure you hit that like button, especially if you're over on Rumble. We got 8 viewers in right now, and I would really like to see 8 likes on the video. Try to help out. No offense, and I mean this with as much respect, but you are clearly ignorant, and it shows. I came here out of curiosity, and damn, this is painful. What do you mean? Because I'm not a coffee expert, I can just tell you that my coffee didn't double. I don't know what kind of coffee you're drinking, but I know that stuff is coming in from other countries that has high tariffs on it. The price is going to go up, right? And that's only in some cases. So I don't know. I mean, if your coffee expense is your biggest problem and your only gripe with Trump, I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a good place. The 6% of wizards cast 50% of the spells. Don't feed the trolls. I'm just having a conversation. I mean, I don't expect much out of somebody that's saying this is painful, but I don't know, like, what's your excuse? Like, seriously. Last thing you said was you can't grow coffee in America. I don't know. I'm not a coffee farmer. I grow chickens. Anyways, we got this thing right here. This is funny. New York City voter, quote, I voted for Mamdani, me, the interviewer. Do you feel like socialism can work in New York City? New York City voter. No, not necessarily. These are the people, just like the guy we saw at the No Kings rally that was like, F Trump. And why? Why are you guys out here saying these things? I don't know. That's what everybody else is saying. It's like, okay, you're just like your little group of jerks there. Right here.
I voted for Mamdani.
Do you feel like socialism would work in New York City?
No, not necessarily. I voted for Mamdani.
Do you feel like socialism would work in New York City?
No, not necessarily.
Then why the hell did you vote for Mamdani? He won by, I think it was 52%. I can't remember right off the top of my head what the others got, but fairly close race. And you got people when you have people like this out here, it makes it much easier for the socialists to win. That's for sure. If you voted for a candidate who supports socialism and you don't support socialism, then why did you vote for Mamdani? I think that's the obvious question that everybody's asking here. Pretty crazy, pretty crazy. All right, I gotta minimize this, my bad. So we got Planet of Memes posted this. Zohran Mamdani explains the difference. Socialism and democratic socialism. This one is rainbow colored and has glitter. They're both piles of crap. I don't know. I thought that was funny. I wanted to share it with you guys. It made me laugh. So the Exodus begins. Actually. Got this right here. Just in, FDNY Commissioner Robert Tucker, one of New York City's highest-ranking Jewish officials, has submitted his resignation just hours after Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City. Big surprise, right? No, it's a smart choice. It's unfortunate. We should have seen this coming. Now this is the fire department. This isn't the police department, but still, it's symbolic of what's to come. The good cops, the good law enforcement, the good medics, the good firefighters. These folks are going to flee the city because they know that their jobs just got 10 times harder. They also might be ordered, and the folks that quit, the folks that move, they're the ones that aren't going to be the type that are, I was just following orders, right? I think you guys know what that means. So they'd rather quit than be stuck in that position. And it's just a shame. The commissioner of the fire department of New York has submitted his resignation. And here's the story. Let me see what you got. Fun fact, coffee is grown in Hawaii and California. There you go, right there. Thank you, just me. So buy some American-made coffee. Like I said. I hope Tyler has the picture of Zohran having a drink. Yeah, I got it. And I have a bunch of other pictures as well. I'm sure you might have seen the collage. Can you imagine if the Jewish community leaves New York? Well, I'm sure all these people that voted for it would love it, to be honest with you. But, yeah, that would be wild. So here's the story here. Jewish Fire Department Commissioner hands in resignation the morning after anti-Israel Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor. I'm not sure what this... I'll just read the story here. Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker handed his resignation Wednesday morning. Tucker, a proud Jewish philanthropist and businessman, informed Mayor Eric Adams that he would step down from the role he held for just over 12 months on December 19th. So he's been the commissioner for a year, basically. The FDNY boss was concerned about Mamdani's anti-Israel hostility, with a source noting that Tucker's support of the Jewish state does not align with the new mayor. Tucker will go back to running the private security firm T&M USA, which he headed before joining Adams' administration. The New York City-based company is connected to a firm based in Israel. Tucker didn't address the reason for his departure in a statement, but vowed to ensure a smooth transition. Quote, "It has been the honor of a lifetime to serve as the 35th New York Fire Commissioner," the commission said. Thank you to Mayor Adams for his trust and confidence in doing this job. We empowered the brave men and women who keep our city safe, bringing fire-related deaths to a historic low. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude is a Democrat, considering it's in New York. But still, even the Democrats are afraid. It's also symbolic that the Democrats in New York are also afraid, especially the Jewish community, some of these other ones, after the election of Mamdani, that is concerning about who your neighbors are. It's concerning about who your new leadership is. And it's crazy to think that the capital of money essentially in our country is now being run by this guy. This is going to have an effect, kind of on everybody's lives. just because of all the financial institutions that are in New York. But, quote, I will leave this critical role on December 19th, 2025. He's not messing around. It's a month. What, 6 weeks? It's about 6 weeks. Between now and then, I will continue to lead the greatest fire department in the world and ensure my orderly transition. News of Tucker's resignation came just as the FDNY boss was set to fly to Israel later Wednesday to meet with the fire commissioner in the Jewish state. Mamdani has been a longtime vocal critic of Israel and definitely stood by his stance on the campaign trail, despite the Big Apple being home to the largest Jewish diaspora, excuse me, outside of Israel. Oh, dang. So, yeah, that's crazy. The largest Jewish diaspora outside of Israel. And who was it? Papa Smurf said, can you imagine if the Jewish community leaves New York? That would be quite the exodus. During one of the mayoral debates, the 35-year-old socialist refused to say Israel had a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's Mamdani. He also reportedly slammed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and accused the nation of committing a genocide in Gaza following October 7th Hamas terror attack. Mamdani even vowed to arrest Netanyahu if he set foot in New York City. The mayor-elect's transition team pointed to comments he made during a Wednesday press conference when he was asked about Tucker's exit, and said, "I am willing to consider anyone to work in my city hall, so long as they are committed to working for my administration. Got to be loyal, right? And to delivering on an agenda to lower costs for New Yorkers in the most expensive city in the United States." Mamdani told her, well, how is the fire department commissioner supposed to help you lower costs? That's not his job. That's crazy. You should be concerned with your fire chief having the safety of New Yorkers in mind. That should be his top priority. Instead, it's he wants his fire chief to be, delivering on the agenda. And look, every leader should make sure that they have people underneath them. They're in step with him, Trump as well. And so that's good that this dude stepped aside. Tucker stepped in to lead the department in August 2024, replacing Laura Kavanaugh, who endured a tumultuous tenure at the helm. Adams, for his part, said Tucker has led the FDNY with courage, passion, and sincere dedication to public safety. When I appointed Commissioner Tucker to his critical role, I knew he'd have the experience, grit, and zeal to protect our city and support our fearless heroes, the firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and paramedics out there whose lives are on the line for everyday New Yorkers, Hisner said on Wednesday. So this person who appointed him understands the role and why you would appoint a fire department commissioner. But Mamdani apparently doesn't have any clue. That's wild right there. Under his leadership, we've decreased fire-related deaths in our city to the lowest in a decade, modernized the FDNY, and empowered the brave men and women who kept our city safe. We are incredibly grateful for Commissioner Tucker's service and look forward to seeing what he'll do next. A replacement has not been announced, but city officials said a new fire department leader will be in place by the time Tucker leaves office, so about 6 weeks, right? Tucker, 55, founded TNM in 1999. Before that, he worked as a special assistant to the Queens District Attorney Office. He's also been involved in various charitable endeavors, including serving as secretary of the FDNY Foundation, and has received honors from New York Board of Rabbis and Big Brothers and Sisters of New York City. His Jewish faith was on clear, proud display when his father held a copy of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, at the swearing-in ceremony. So, okay. So, yeah, one of the top Jewish, leaders, I guess. Keep crying. Nobody's crying. What are you talking about, hummus? You realize your name is Hummus, right? Oh, Hamas. Okay, I get you. But it's hummus. You just don't, you're probably not from America and you don't understand how English is pronounced, but whatever, dude. What country am I from? I think it's pretty apparent. I think it's really apparent. He'll be a one-term mayor. If he does what he's promised, New York won't be livable. If he does do what he said he would, the left would turn on him. If he doesn't do what he said he would, the left would turn on him. Yeah, that's true. He's got himself into this. TNT says, I think he understood a Muslim wasn't going to let him serve in that position. I guarantee you a Muslim isn't appointed. Oh, is appointed in his place? That's a good point. Probably. Are you Mexican? Obviously not. Do I look Mexican? Essay? What are you talking about? Let's see here. So, Elon Musk posted. Yeah, I don't know who he's talking to. But Elon Musk posted this. It's crazy not to require proof of citizenship to vote in any country's election. Americans want proof of citizenship for voter registration. Proof of citizenship for voter registration in favor is 83%. And the Democrats, 15% oppose. So those all opposing voter ID wish to hide voter fraud, not solve it. We can't stop voter fraud if we don't confirm identity. There's nothing racist about this issue. Everyone can get an ID required for all kinds of things, much less important than voting. When valid IDs are required, there's a whole slew of things: driving, boarding an airplane, transacting with a bank, holding a rally or protest, adopting a pet, entering nightclubs, going to court, buying a cell phone, renting a hotel, renting a house, buying a house, checking out a book from the library, joining the military, adopting a child, using Social Security services. Oh, that one might be negotiable. Participating in political events, and when valid IDs are not required voting. It's such a weird like scenario right there. I don't get it. Tacos make Captain Flowers. That's true. That is true. That's really funny. Let's see here. So this guy gives his experience with voting in New York City. This is Seth Rosenberg. My experience with voting in New York City: 1, no ID required. 2, Zohran on the ballot twice in the top row, which this is weird, but apparently it has a precedent. I guess Trump was on the ballot twice. I don't get this whole thing. I don't understand. There shouldn't be a reason that are they just trying to make it difficult? I don't get it. Like, who came up with this genius idea? 3, Eric Adams, who dropped out to avoid splitting the vote, was still on the ballot. That is crazy, because people are going to vote for him and essentially still split the vote. And in a close margin race, I think folks that were on the fence, well, close margin race, any split of the vote is bad, right? So, and Cuomo was the bottom right corner, second row. Let's see here. He says, while you're here, vote. But anyways, here's a picture of the ballot right here. Mamdani was, A1. Stilwell, the Republican, was 2. I never heard of Estrada. And then Mamdani was 4. And Stilwell again. And then Eric Adams was on the right. And then you see Cuomo was not on the bottom right, but like almost hidden there. And only on the ballot once, or at least in this picture. So this is weird. If you're gonna give, well, Mamdani got 52%, and I understand the other person didn't get 48 because they were split votes, but 52% is fairly close. It's fairly close. A and D shouldn't be combined. Apparently those were other Democrat parties. It's just really weird. And whatever justification you want to have, it's going to still confuse folks. Can you fill in more than one box? Are they all counted the same? Like, it just seems like to me, it leaves an avenue for mishandling, improper counting, I don't know what you want to call it, cheating. Just put it in there. If you want to vote for Zohran, A. If you want to vote for Silwa, B. If you want to vote for Cuomo, D. Hey, did I say A, C, and D? A, B, and C. And I don't know who Irene Estrada is. And Eric Adams dropped out. So he shouldn't even be on there. And I get it. This happens from time to time. I believe RFK dropped out of the 2020 or 2024 election and was still on some of the ballots. So I get that, but it's not, or at least in some states. But Eric Adams, I thought, was pretty clear about this, that he dropped out with plenty of time to have this, these ballots printed out properly. But, hey, whatever. Like I said, if New Yorkers don't want to hold themselves accountable, and the problem is some of them do. It's just the powers that be are going to do whatever the hell they want, especially in the Democrat Party. I mean, this is the party that said you're voting for Kamala Harris against Donald Trump, even though none of you guys voted for her in a primary. Although Trump is a threat to democracy. It's the Democrat Party as a whole. It's the DNC, in my opinion, considering there was no democracy in giving them the candidate that they were voting for in the 2024 election. But, sheep will sheep, that's for sure. He followed up, everyone in the comments, New York City voting has been corrupt since it was known as New Amsterdam. Are you new here? I don't know. I've never been. I used to want to go to New York and visit it. Now I had no interest. And that's been like that for a while, actually. So, saw this post today from Terrence K. Williams. I like Terrence. And he made a great point. Obama won today. Barack Hussein Obama imported so many Muslims into America because he wanted them to eventually dominate the political landscape and America. His dream was for Muslims to take over, and Zohran Mamdani is a product of that vision. And that's pretty crazy because if you think about it, when Obama first took over, it was 2008? So now people that were brought in, or even anchor babies, not necessarily anchor babies, I guess, but if you were brought in as a 2 or 3-year-old, you're 18 now and you're able to vote. And so you're seeing people that were imported into our country have now grown to the age where they can vote. And then now Mamdani gets elected. Elmo said I said earlier, there's no choice. Commie or murderer should have been a none of the above box to vote for, right? Because Republican or not Republican, New Yorkers aren't going to vote for a Republican regardless. How do I call myself a political commentator and not know how to pronounce any of the highly televised candidates' name? Well, I don't watch television. I don't watch television, so I'm going to read it how I read it. Council of the Lost Goats said, I assume usually it's a Democrat versus Republican thing, and it's always set up like this. So the reason Cuomo is hidden is because he's running as a third party. Yeah, but he was the number 2 polling candidate. I mean, that could be a justification, but I don't know. I just think it should be more clearly. I don't know, man. It just seems like it's an easy thing to be clear about. Elections are super important, and why have multiple boxes? Like, I could even see people making their vote invalid by voting for Mamdani twice on that. And who knows? What if people vote, they fill in both bubbles for Mamdani, and then the counting machine counts that as 2 votes. Let's just do 1 box per candidate, written in English or Braille, and see where the chips might fall instead of making shit confusing. I don't know. Not everybody is. There's a lot of people out there, lesser intelligent people. You can call me one. I'm a dumb jock. Who have the right to vote, and they might be doing stuff like that. That might make their ballot invalid. That might count as 2 votes. It might do nothing, but I don't know. Just simplify it. The only I could think about the boob tube is the boob part. He flew in Somalians. Interesting. Ricky Lee says, I used to watch from my taxi all night long those big USAF planes coming into the small airport that last summer Obama was in office. Oh, interesting. He flew in Somalians. Dang. Yeah. That's interesting. Years later, I drove a Homeland guy to the Philly airport, and I told him that those planes flew in back to back all night long. I suspected they were Somalians. He told me they were. Interesting. Huh. Mamdani, the commie, is my favorite insult by far. I mean, it's a shame that it's gotten to this point, but I completely agree with Terrence K. Williams right here that his dream was for Muslims to take over. And I thought the whole time, or at least maybe not the whole time, but by the end, that he was certainly not a Christian. I mean, I don't even know if he claims to be one now, but I remember him going around apologizing to countries around the world for the events that led us to this place, you know, World War II, and then also saying that America is not a Christian nation, while at the same time having didn't he send like a jumbo jet of cash to Iran on the way out? It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It all kind of adds up. So here we have Zohran Mamdani and why he will empty out prisons, because violence is an artificial construct. Oh, is it?
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. And we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence of the highest degree.
Okay. So there once again, you have him essentially saying that it's not classified properly. Tell that to the victims. Tell that to the victims. Tab says fire is the revenue saving business, not revenue generating business. Right. Exactly. When you prevent a building from burning down and you save lives in the process and whatnot, you're definitely saving revenue. 100%. Pallets full of cash. Define communism. Well, I mean, I can Google it for the exact definition for you, but you can do that yourself. All I know is, not all I know, but I can tell you one thing for sure is Americans don't want communism in our country. At least people that love this country, people that are from this country. 52% of New York City wasn't born there. He got 51% of the vote. It's easy math. That wasn't born here in America. People were protesting the flights the day. So Obama moved the operation tonight. Oh, during the day? I got you. Steal a package and it's labeled a violent crime. You don't know if they were stealing packages. What are you talking about? You're just assuming that it was stealing a package. And also, if you steal a package and you show a knife, it's a violent crime. So, like, you don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, communism equals stupidity. How can I claim that if I can't even define it? Oh my goodness. He's not a communist, by the way. That's just propaganda you've bought into. I've listened to what the dude has said. I've been following him for months, ever since his campaign, you know, since he's been the favored candidate. So you're telling me he's a capitalist then? You got to make that argument to me. I know what I see. Oh, he might be a socialist then, which is basically communist light. Socialism leads to communism. It's common knowledge. Play the clip again. Okay, I'll play the clip again.
Legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages.
Okay, so the term violent crime is even used when stealing packages. Well, he would have to, I mean, hang on.
Violent crime.
I'll be fair.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling.
Okay, so he gave more than one thing, by the way. Not just stealing packages, but like I said, if they're stealing packages from the doorstep, that's one thing. If you're robbing an Amazon truck, that's another. So there's layers and levels to it.
So violence is an artificial construction.
But the point is, he says violence is an artificial construction. That statement right there is complete bullshit. It's not an artificial construction that people are just imagining. Like I said, think of the person that's being victimized. You're just gonna, oh, I'm not really victimized. I didn't have whatever this thing was that was taken from me or whatever, taken from me. It's just a construct in my mind. Sorry, there's consequences for your actions. We have laws, and if you want to argue over not having law and order, you're crazy. Move back to the third world country you came from.
We have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys.
Yeah, you should be very clear. Give me some examples of what you're just talking about. That was just a hearsay argument, by the way. We got to trust that what he's talking about is actually happening, and I don't really trust this dude.
That is violence. That is violence.
Oh, that is violence?
We have.
Okay, well, we'll give him credit for that. What about the law enforcement in blue cities, we'll say DC, who was calling real violent crimes misdemeanors, robberies, things like that, where weapons were presented, felonies, like hardcore felonies. And they're sitting there marking them down as misdemeanors because they want to fudge the crime numbers to help a political candidate. Can you condemn that? That's violence. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. So this person posted, Wall Street Abe said, this is exactly what's happening. Let's have a listen.
I'm going to say it again. The Muslim Brotherhood is using our own democracy in our countries to gain positions of power, mayors, seats in Congress, whatever. And eventually, they're going to get rid of your constitution. They're going to get rid of the right to bear arms. They're going to get rid of all your laws. Mm-hmm. And they're going to implement Sharia law. Checkmate.
Yep. And furthermore, illegal aliens coming into this country are also doing that, but they're doing it on the bottom end. They're becoming part and taking over all the social programs, right? SNAP wasn't designed to be the word is I'm drawing a blank. Universal income. I saw a lady the other day admitted she was on SNAP for like 30 some years and she did not look decrepit or anything. She didn't look like she had anything wrong with her. Why was she getting SNAP for 3 decades? It's crazy. Let's see here. He wants to abolish billionaires. Hey, let me get wrecked or whatever, dude. Just go to a different channel where you can find your little circle jerk and agree with. He wants to abolish billionaires in grocery stores. At least he's a socialist in that store. Yeah, he wants to abolish billionaires, and then he wants to what is the word? I'm drawing a blank on that one too. He wants to have the grocery stores run by the government, essentially. He wants to subsidize grocery stores. Yeah, at the least he's a socialist. And he's not for law and order, that's for sure. We saw when New York was at its greatest was when law and order was being upheld. Remember stop and frisk? That's when all the crime in New York got cleaned up, or at least the majority of it. Now they want to go the complete opposite way. It's crazy. Only talk to them if they super chat. Yeah, that's true. Zohran is keeping his wipe hand hidden. You steepy dude. Council of the Lost Goat says, I honestly think the reason he won was because people are tired of old people and the establishment running the country. Love him or hate him, Mamdani isn't the establishment and has new proposals. Well, the same thing about Trump. You can say the same thing about Trump. In my opinion, he's not the establishment. He was a career businessman, a builder in New York, a construction builder. They wanted him to come in and be all presidential. And it's like, look, dude, you're not going to change a 70-year-old, 65, whatever year old New Yorker businessman and make him presidential. Yeah, he's going to talk about women. He's going to talk about these things, especially since he's been a billionaire who women have thrown themselves at for decades. Like, you know, that's who Trump is to us. But the thing is, Trump is saying America first. Trump is saying, thank God, things like that, which are part of the foundation of what our country was written on, was built on. Christian values. How do you sleep at night when you only peddle conspiracy theories? I sleep just fine. I don't know what conspiracy theory you're talking about. Sharia law is their goal. I 100% agree. You'll see the call to jihad 5 times a day and we'll come to New York City later. Yeah, just like what this lady's saying. Yeah, get wrecked. But just like this lady said, the Muslims are doing it on the higher end of things. We've seen it from a few different people. And then we have other foreigners coming in taking it from the bottom end. And who's stuck with the bill? The Americans who are born here. It's crazy. We're allowing ourselves to be conquered, and it's due to one political party and the complicit folks from the other political party. That's why I do agree the old people need to get out of government. I have this video of Mitch McConnell being literally walked around the Capitol building. This dude should have retired years ago. He's set to retire after the end of this term, but that term goes all the way through 2026. Does anybody believe that Mitch McConnell is going to be able to work for another 13 months? It's crazy. It's crazy. People just need something new. Mamdani re-rolls the dice. Voting for Cuomo just felt like you're voting for everything to stay home or stay the same. No, I don't disagree with that. Elmo said earlier it was a vote between somebody that, essentially killed a lot of these folks' grandparents and whatnot during the pandemic, and then this Mamdani dude. It was a vote between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. 100% agree. It's just unfortunate that people went the route that they did. When you're trying to do something different, how about vote for a Republican, the traditional opposite of a Democrat? I don't know. It's wild they went socialist / commie plus add Muslim to it. It's scary. It is a scary thought, but thankfully I don't gotta live there. They stopped the stop and frisk and crime went up big time. Yeah, Trump is not a Muslim. Huge difference. Exactly. Zohran is establishment, WEF, establishment, not American establishment. Oh, that's a good point, TNT. I got the pictures to prove it, and I have the article to prove that as well. You can say the same thing about Trump. I think Trump and Mamdani won for the same reason. Okay, yeah, you agreed on that. You're a pathetic coward. You're the typical Democrat. Come up with an excuse, have a conversation. Going straight to name calling is what every Democrat does. It's old. You're the same shape cookie cutout that I've seen for years now. For years now. Nonsensical claims of Sharia law based off vibes. Well, I'm reading comments first of all, and second of all, I agree. I agree with those, but yes, Mamdani is goated. Yeah, we know what they do to goats over there. You're right about that. The Republican only got 7% of the votes. New Yorkers are officially retarded. I agree with that. Yeah, he's into goats. Beat me to it. I think most of them fled already. Only the tards and stubborn remained. And that was kind of part of the psyop of the pandemic. They got the good cops to quit. They ran, sensible people out of the state. And then you're left with Escape from New York, Snake Plissken style society. And it's not going to get any better. That's for sure. It's pretty freaking sure. I'm pretty confident about that. Have a conversation. He's a jihadist. Yeah, I never said he's a jihadist. Maybe you don't know the difference between being a Muslim and a jihadist, but are they super chatting to get their comments read? No, but there's a new face. All they know is what the lamestream media tells them. Always resort to name calling. Yeah, exactly. Can't make a sensible argument or have a conversation. It's always, you're an idiot. You're a maggot. Blah blah blah. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Okay, so I got a lot to get through, but here it is right here, actually, ironically. He's definitely establishment. He's just not the same establishment. When was the last time I went to New York? I won't go to New York. I used to want to go to New York, but now I don't want to. I used to have it on my bucket list to check out New York. I grew up a fan of the movie Home Alone. I thought it looked awesome the way they presented it in the movies. And, or Home Alone 2, I guess I should say, on that particular part. But, no, now not so much. Not so much. I'm on my back foot. Y'all got the L's. I'm not the one that has to live there with the socialist / communist leader. I'm in Florida with a great governor running shit. We're doing fine. Have a conversation and explain how he wants to introduce Sharia. Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? But here it is right here. Alex Soros, Chuck Schumer, the French president, Macron, not sure who that guy is, Biden, Tim Walz, Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, Obama, Kamala, and, they didn't even include the one with him in it. I didn't put it in the outline because I figured it would be in the collage here. Well, there's one with Mamdani in it as well, but here, you don't have to take my word for it. Billionaire Alex Soros hails socialist Zohran Mamdani's victory. The American dream continues. And here's the image right here. So there's that. But Alex Soros, the son of leftist billionaire megadonor George Soros, on Tuesday hailed socialist Zohran Mamdani's election to become the next mayor of New York City. So proud to be a New Yorker. The American dream continues. Congrats, Mayor Zohran Mamdani, Soros wrote, sharing a picture of him and Mamdani. I mean, writing on the wall. It's crazy. So George Soros in 2023 handed control over to his family's $25 billion plus philanthropic enterprise that bankrolls leftist causes, otherwise known as the Open Society Foundation. Breitbart News' John Binder, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, reported that the Open Society Foundation's partially funded the organization behind a rally for accused MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia. In August, President Donald Trump called for George and Alex Soros to be prosecuted under the Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act due to their alleged support of violent protests in the United States. Quote, George Soros and his wonderful radical left son should be charged with RICO because of their support for violent protests and much more. All throughout the United States of America, Trump wrote on Truth Social, we're not going to allow these lunatics to rip apart America anymore, never giving it so much as a chance to breathe and be free. So yeah, just to what TNT said there, I mean, he's not the typical, maybe it is the American establishment, but at the same time, he's worse. He's WEF stuff, Mamdani is. And you have, the new face of the organization right here, sharing a picture and praising the victory. I imitate Trump. I didn't even try. Sometimes Trump is hard to read, to be honest. They write his words exactly, unlike what they did for Joe Biden, where they would clean it up for him. He dodges much better than me. Well, I'm just a dude on the internet reading news. So I'd hope. You got billionaires funding you. No. Shows what you know. Florida doesn't have natural gas. Unless it's a tank, propane tank outside of your house. So is he removed from the city council now, or does he hold both positions? I don't know. I haven't heard about that. I haven't heard an update on how that works. Yeah, it's sad New York City let themselves believe a liar. No, definitely not botted. I changed formats, and I quit making 2 videos a day. But yeah, this is natural hard work that got me to this position with this channel. Are your accounts botted? Oh, okay. Bot boosted? No. I've not ever paid once for a subscriber. Let's see here. Never actually even did a YouTube ad or anything. CNN Republicans are saying that Chuck Schumer is afraid of you. Is he? Okay, this is AOC.
You know, because Republicans are saying that Chuck Schumer is afraid of you. Is he?
I don't think so. I think that, you know, Senator Schumer and I have worked together. I think Republicans are afraid of me. I'll tell you that much.
No.
And I think that they project their
stupid.
fear of me onto him. So I think that they're just telling on themselves when they say that.
Why do I care about New York anyway? Well, first of all, it's part of America, and I'm an America First person. And second of all, it's the financial capital of our country. Of course I care. I care about everybody. Honestly, even the Democrats, even you. I pray for your soul, that you will find God in Jesus. But, you know, you have your free will. But yes, of course I care. Once the infestation starts, it has a tendency to grow. Well, I pointed this, I saw this because, or I highlighted this at least because I wanted to notate the people in the background celebrating the win here.
Because Republicans are saying that Chuck Schumer is afraid
Dancing.
of you. Is he?
And it even sounds like the Indian, Hindu, whatever it is, kind of music. Where are we at? What country are they in? You are Jesus. Well, that is not a good thing to say. But anyways, if you love the culture so much, why didn't you stay where you were? Why'd you come to America? In my opinion, it is to take from our society rather than add to it. Pretty simple. Yeah, I don't really want to see anybody's hands cut off. I don't want to see innocent people get killed on the subway like we just saw the same week that Charlie Kirk was shot. I'd love, you know, lots of things. I actually do care about people, even if they don't agree with my opinions. Do I know what Sharia is? Yes, I do. And if you want it, you're crazy. If you want it, you can move to a different country and enjoy it. If I was a Fed, I would have already tried to recruit you to do something. uh, Y'all cracking me up. So here's a post here. Mamdani, this is a Charlie Kirk post actually from June 27th. Mamdani has been posting racist, anti-white musings for over a decade. I guess white New Yorkers hate themselves so much, they'll vote for him anyways. Sad. And then he accompanied that with a post from Zohran Mamdani, which was December 19th, 2013. So, I mean, we're talking 12 years now. The invisible hand of the market, my ass. That hand was white and wearing a ring with a conflict diamond in it. Yeesh. So yeah, I mean, the dude's been openly anti-white for quite a long time. And, as a white person myself, I don't appreciate that. I think it's dumb to elect a person that hates you. And I'll call out the idiots that did it, like I am. But even CNN's Van Jones is among those raising concern or alarm at Mamdani's instant character switch after winning power. And of course, anybody that sees winning an election as powerful or gaining power is not the proper person to win that election. The power is in the people whom elect you. You are a representative of those people. Those people, us, the everyday average American who cast a vote, are the leaders, or at least that's how it's supposed to be. But here's a clip.
But I think he missed an opportunity. I think the Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not?
He said America is an immigrant nation. Yeah, it's a Christian immigrant nation. You're so oppressed. Well, I mean, when I picked my dog up from the vet yesterday, I live in a predominantly black area. The people that got there after me, who were also black, that was in this place that was run by black people, got their dogs first. I am oppressed. My dog had to wait longer, even though we were there before them. You think I'm not paying attention? I didn't expect to mention that, but yes. Certainly oppressed. So is my dog. Van just understands that being gay isn't going to work out for him under Zohran. Hey, that's a good point. It doesn't. Being gay does not mesh with the Muslim agenda, that's for sure. It's not my fault I didn't get an education. Oh, that's funny. Those that know. But once socialism spreads your kids, dude, just get out of here. Nobody here likes socialism. We all think that it is a poison for our country. You're not going to convince anybody. I know you've already hit the thumbs down on the video. Yeah, Christian, you just ruined it. Okay, yeah, you're just wrong. Yeah, hit the like button, everybody. Well, CNN Van Jones right here, lefty luminary Van Jones. And look, the Democrats are usually in lockstep, and whenever one of them steps out of line and says, this is concerning, it's noteworthy. Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo, probably because it's an enemy of my enemy type of scenario. I don't really think Trump likes Cuomo. I can't imagine that he does, but I'll keep in mind that Trump was a Democrat for the majority of his life. It was only when he ran in 2016 against Hillary Clinton that the Democrats started to hate him. He was, famously loved by a bunch of Democrats in the music industry and TV, everything. It was just that he had to run on a Republican ticket. And it's just funny because had he run on the Democrat ticket, well, first of all, you go up against Hillary, you know what happens. Which I know he did. I'm just kidding. But he wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have had a chance. They would have picked Hillary over him within the Democrat circles in the DNC, right? So he ran on the Republican ticket. He appealed to an America First crowd, and then he won. So, I mean, I don't know. He might have been friends with Cuomo beforehand. He is from New York. I'm sure they've been in the same place at the same time and had talked before. But the this might have just been Trump's attempt. This is still answering thoughts on Cuomo or Trump endorsing Cuomo. It might have just been an attempt to try to help Cuomo beat Mamdani, because Cuomo at least isn't a socialist. Isn't, the same thing that, what's his name is? Interesting. Okay. Donnie Boy says, we don't think it's a poison. We know it's a poison. Yeah. Exactly. We know it's a poison. You're right. Under socialism, you have to share your wives. Let's see here. Wasn't it Margaret Thatcher that said the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money? I have heard that phrase before. I'm not sure who said it, but we'll go with that. We'll go with that. You hope I have a Socratic awakening someday. I don't know what that means, but I'll just stick with the Bible and America First policies with less intervention around the world, and I'll be fine there. What's up, Mad News Now? How you doing, John? He's got a collection of Domino's boxes under. And yes, it was Margaret Thatcher. Thanks for checking that out. Let's see here. So let's go through the next one. Mamdani's, yeah, I thought this was funny too. Mamdani's campaign in New York City is falling for it. Democrats at the top. Once elected, I will be vegetarian. It's a wolf speaking to the sheep, and the liberal sheep who voted for them. That an image says 1,000 words. Well, there it is right there. There it is right there. And then you see stuff like this. Excuse me, Danny boy. I thought you were Elmo. Yeah. But then you see this stuff right here. Needs to be a... Excuse me. Muslims claim New York for Islam. And I'll just let him speak for himself.
We're done hiding. We're done. We're done being tortured and hurt and judged. This is the correct religion.
By who? Last I checked, the Muslims are the ones doing the torturing and hurting of other religions. Everybody else is pretty much peaceful.
This is the religion that all of humanity needs to be a part of, Islam. And we will not stop until it enters every home. So I want you to repeat after me. I want to hear it in every single district. It should tremble. Brooklyn should hear it. The Bronx should hear it. Queens should hear it. Say it as if the Ummah depends on this, my brothers and sisters. La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Muhammadan Rasulullah!
Yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I'm a proud Islamophobe. Spirit Warrior posted that. I don't know. I'm not gonna read the rest, but that's funny. Okay, I'll read it. I hate Chilos, sexual assaults, wife beating, slavery, homophobia, misogyny, violence against women and children, killing apostates, funding terror groups, Sharia courts, terror attacks, dressing women in tents. I don't even know what that is. Takia, anti-Semitism, praying for violence, forced female genital mutilation, praying for the destruction of Israel, racism, segregation, segregating women, I love dogs, bacon, and the freedom. You can also include in there arranged marriages, things like that. Yeah. Escape from New York Part 2, right? Sorry, Daisy's barking. Like, actually, what would betray his vote? Like your dumb meme? Did you not get the meme? A wolf promising something that they're obviously not going to deliver? Or are you saying that he is going to deliver socialized government or socialized grocery stores, which every example we have in this country of a socialized grocery store or a subsidized grocery store has empty shelves with rotting, only thing left is rotting food. It doesn't work in our country. It doesn't work. Got a bunch of Steves in chat. So the Democrats are taking out Republicans and electing actual communists. And this is who the Republicans have in the Senate to fight the battle. This is a huge problem. Everything that's wrong with Washington, D.C. And this is what I was talking about a little bit ago. This is Mitch McConnell basically being dragged through the halls of Congress. First off, get a wheelchair for the man. Second of all, please step aside and let somebody young that has some moxie, some will to fight, get in there. This dude's not fundraising anymore. They used to say, "Oh, McConnell's, he can fundraise and this and that." I think I just saw the dude shit his pants. That is not who I believe fighting for me. We need warriors. We need Christian, strong warriors fighting for us. And that dude is not going to intimidate anybody. It's crazy. It's crazy. Danny Boy Elmo says, "I'm not an Islamophobe. I'm not afraid of someone I can chase away with a pork chop." Right. All the ladies, all they got to do is flash. And don't they have to... it's their rule, not mine, but don't they have to, go take a hike if they see that lady? I remember years ago, there was women talking about organizing a nude march in these Muslim neighborhoods because if they were principled in their religion, they would all have to go for seeing them. If I get 120 like McConnell, I'd shit my pants too. Oh, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. There's privilege with age. Yeah, I guess so. Keep my bacon grease for self-defense. I keep mine too, but I didn't think about that for self-defense. But yeah, that's a good point. Dip the freedom seeds in bacon grease. Yeah. Well, I've said for a long time that the Muslim religion just isn't compatible with Western civilization, and that is the American society, right? It's just not compatible. Here, women are allowed to dress how they want. They're allowed to vote. We don't force. We're actually against abuse of people. Forcing someone to cover their face to go in public. It's not only insecure, it's also not compatible with our society, right? It's abusive, and if they're not doing it, they have they're guilty by association to the ones that are doing it, right? Because nobody's gonna set the record straight. Nobody's telling their buddy, "Look, dude, you shouldn't be doing that to your wife." You know what I mean? You shouldn't be doing that to your kids. They're all complicit. So it's just otter and oil. Water and oil just don't mix. Every culture is compatible with America. You don't decide what America is. We have, what do you mean? We have culture. We have an American culture. When you come here and bring the culture of your country that's not compatible, it's actually not compatible at all with the American culture. It's crazy to say that. You take the sign on the Statue of Liberty, give us your week, way too seriously. Nobody wants that. Look what happens. We got 42 million people on SNAP benefits. We have universal basic income without having universal basic income. And it all comes out of my paycheck. It comes out of your paycheck if you have a job. I don't know. I don't have your culture. I don't know what your culture is, but if your culture is not compatible or isn't aligned with the way that the Constitution was written, when it was based in Christian moral values and ethics, then you're also not compatible with our culture. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, never forget France wrote that exactly on the Statue of Liberty. New York City is the greatest city. No, it's not because of diversity at all. America is the greatest country on the planet because of diversity, but that's because we use the best of people. We take the best of other nations, people that are adding to the solution, adding to the pot, not people who are taking from it. And that's what New York is full of. It's full of takers. I've said many times, one of the greatest part of the Olympics is watching the opening ceremonies. When the United States is announced, you see white people, black people, Asian people, Native American people, and everything in between, right? But whenever you see China announced, you see one person, one type of person. When you see Russia announced, you see one type of person. I don't argue or disagree that America is diverse and we're great because of it, but that's because of the people that are on the level of trying, people that are making themselves better. We get the best of other countries. Whenever you turn into this cesspool of losers that are taking from society and exploiting the laws and the rules, it's not good, it's not healthy, and it eventually destroys the middle class. And for a party, the Democrats, who hate the billionaires, why are they so for destroying the middle class? You just want everybody to be poor? You want to turn this country into a third world country? It doesn't make sense. You're not principled in your argument. So this was interesting. Whatever. You say that because you know my argument is right. You just like the typical Democrat, you have to reduce yourself to the cookie cutter argument that is name calling. Right? New York City was the greatest city on earth when white people lived there. It was the European immigrants that made New York City, not India, Middle East, or Africa, right? It was, you even had the Irish, you had the Italians, you had a lot of folks that are maybe at once defined as white, but yeah, I agree. Billionaires and wealthy despair destroy the middle class. Well, how do you think these people get there? They just jump from third world poor to being billionaires? No, they build themselves up. Look at the guys that started Pizza Hut. They started delivering pizzas out of their garage. Now I assume they're probably billionaires considering there's a franchise on every block. How do you think people get there? No, but now that all their hard work is accumulated into something big, they're the villain? Your logic doesn't make any sense that billionaires are the world's problems. Those are goals. And in a communist and socialist society, people don't have that goal. You know why? Because the government takes it over. They take over too much of it. They control it, and people don't want to get to that point. So you basically cut your nose off to spite your face. In a free, open society, a capitalist society, you're allowed to do and grow to the highest levels that you possibly can, that your hard work can pay off or not. You can fail just as easy. Yeah, diversity is our strength to an extent. There's levels and limitations to it. You're bored with the Steve in chat? Billionaires have never worked hard. All right, dude, just get out of here. You're so off base. You can't tell me one billionaire that hasn't worked hard. Maybe Alex Soros, your hero. uh, yeah, most generational wealth is gone in 3 generations. Look at the Vanderbilts as an example. If you didn't earn it, you don't respect it. And that's the facts. And that's the same thing with people that are getting all these government handouts. They just blow it. Meanwhile, people that work hard for every cent that they get still live in middle class, carrying credit card debt, eating ramen noodles, instead of having Snap pay for DoorDash fucking deliveries to their door of fancy restaurant food from Snap, paid for by Snap. You just don't, there's just a whole different level of respect. So anyways, Jake Lang, January 6th political prisoner. I don't know who he is actually, but breaking, we just filed a $100 million federal discrimination lawsuit on Zohran Mamdani. His plan to tax white people more is actually based on Sharia law. Jizya is the tax non-Muslims have to pay. Sorry. Jizya got me. Is the tax non-Muslims have to pay to survive in Islam, and is illegal with Civil Rights Act. So like I said, once again, another example of how the Muslim society and their principles aren't conducive to Western American society. And here we'll let him talk about it.
Today, federal watchdog has just filed a $100 million lawsuit on...
Oh, that's a good point, Danny boy. I never had a poor man give me a job. Exactly. You think about how many jobs that billionaires create. Oh, but it's because they're greedy. They just want more. No, just shut the fuck up.
The racist Zohran Mamdani, a federal discrimination lawsuit detailing his hatred against white people, including the fact that he said he wants to tax New Yorkers.
Quote it for folks is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods.
Socialist principle right there, and racial motivated.
Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
That is just a description of what we see right now.
White New Yorkers at a higher rate than any other race. This is despicable discrimination at its highest, and it's illegal against the civil rights.
Cite this white tax? Well, it's not written into law yet. That's what you guys like to do as well, even with the government shutdown. Show me in the CR where the Democrats, or not where the Democrats, show me in the CR where it's written for all this stuff. And it's like, well, it's not in the CR. That's why the Democrats are not voting to open the government. It's the shit that they wanted added into the CR. It's not in there yet, but we know the list. We've seen the list of stuff they want added. So that argument is a bad argument on its face.
Rights Act. So, Mr. Mamdani, you radical Muslim extremist, we will be seeing you in the courtroom.
And you know, because of this lawsuit, maybe we will get to the facts. You know, we'll see where it's actually, what court it's held in, right? If you do it in New York, this is all stupid. And it might be dumb in the first place, but you saw it right there. He didn't deny that. Mamdani himself didn't deny when asked, are you going to tax the white people and give it to the other people? Which is a socialist construct, like I said. He said, this is what we see. So he's basically trying to justify what they see and what needs to happen. I'm not sure who they is, by the way, when he says we. You say he's never said there's a tax on white people, but you just saw him asked about it. Why would somebody ask about it? Because he said it before. Yeah, I would like to see the full clip. I've said before in the past, I don't like these like short clips that are kind of cut off. But he was given the opportunity to answer the question. And when you're asked a question like that, the best answer is always, that's not true. It's not some type of workaround argument. It's, that's not true. or yes or no. Yeah, anyone can splice up nonsense like they did to Trump's very fine people content. You can find the real clip. So this was funny. Zeke Arkham, I don't know who he is, but he said, "Dear Florida, all right, listen. I'm a 3-time Trump voter. I refuse to vote for any Democrat. I'm staunchly conservatarianism. Conservatarian? I don't know if that's a word, actually. I'm staunchly conservatarian. Maybe it is. I don't know. I converted to... I think it's just conservative. I'm staunchly conservative, but whatever. I converted my wife to the right, and I'm raising a right-leaning child. I was law enforcement in New York. I've gone through enough suffering, being cursed out and called out of name to last 5 lifetimes. With Mamdani in New York, the neon-haired, septum ring-wearing, haven't bathed in a month leftists are going to start migrating to Long Island. I'm asking for asylum in your state. I promise I won't mess up the status quo. After that, you can put up a wall. I'll even help you build it." I thought that was really funny. And I think I saw Evil Elmo posted under this. It's not there right now. Maybe it wasn't this one, but it was something similar. And he said, Florida's closed. It might not have been under this one, but it cracked me up. I'm not dodging again. I don't have the full clip. I'm just showing you what this guy was doing. I highlighted that there's a lawsuit, and we'll get discovery. We'll see more come out of it in the discovery. Your argument might win, but it's not about the clip or the full clip or anything like that. It's based on the concept that he said he was going to tax white people or not. So, Gunther Engelman said, Dear New Yorkers, Texas is closed. So is Florida. Don't New York my Florida. Anyways, I don't know. I thought those are funny. Vivek, he's popped up on the scene again. Lessons from tonight: no sugarcoating.
We got our asses handed to us in New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City. Democrats swept all 3.
Okay, keep in mind those 3 states are heavy blue states or cities or whatever. So you didn't really expect a Republican to win in these areas, right? But anyways, we'll let him continue.
There's 2 key lessons for Republicans. Listen carefully. Number 1, our side needs to focus on affordability. Make the American dream affordable. Bring down costs, electric costs, grocery costs, healthcare costs, and housing costs, and lay out how we're going to do it. And number 2, cut out the identity politics. It doesn't suit Republicans. It's not for us. That's the woke left's game, not ours. We don't care about the color of your skin or your religion. We care about the content of your character. That's who we are. We got our asses handed to us.
This person says, no, it's wasting time thinking that somehow you're going to convince cultures and races that literally just vote for free shit that your ideas are better. Yeah, right? The Republicans have been infighting about H-1B since Christmas Eve. Jihad walked right into our backyard and won New York City. TNT says, before Californians escaped and moved to Oregon, we were purple. Beware of those effing New Yorkers moving to Florida. Yeah, I know, right? And it's been happening since the pandemic. Thankfully, since then, we've had the election and DeSantis has won, no doubt. So it seems like we're still overwhelmingly red at the moment. But you never know. You never know. Florida is closed for repairs. Sorry. Yeah, I know. That was funny. 3-minute delay. No, it just is what it is. I'm back. I'm not reading chat constantly because I'm navigating the show. I'm just a one-man show. I don't have a director or anybody. Just me. So when I get to your chat, I get to your chat. TNT, I hope Vivek wins Ohio governor, but I'm real glad he didn't become president. Yeah, true that. Mad News Now says, we didn't lose a state and didn't gain any. Excuse me, we didn't lose a state and didn't gain any ground. Yeah. I mean, it's just state status quo. Yeah, you're right about that. It's not like it shouldn't hurt the midterm, I don't think. Yeah, when the purple hairs move down, it's trouble. You're not wrong about that. But, you know, good thing is they want to protest and get in the way and threaten people. DeSantis has given us the green light, if you know what I mean. Sadly, Charlie will be proven right, posted by Jack Posobiec. Charlie Kirk post once again. As news of Ariana Zarutska's death, that's the woman who was the white woman that was stabbed to death in the subway. So as news of Ariana Zarutska's death at the hands of a career criminal in Charlotte is still fresh, Zohran Mamdani's promise to empty the jails in New York. Oh, promises, not promises. Zohran Mamdani promises to empty the jails in New York. Mamdani will spark a 1990s-style crime wave in New York City, and many more New Yorkers will die. We need more criminals in jail, not less. That was a response to this clip from Zohran's mouth saying he will reduce the jail population and ensure New York City courts release suspects faster.
The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers. And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population to less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And
back to name calling.
Some of this also just has to look at.
So did he not just say that we can reduce the number in jail right there? I showed you the clip. I showed you the clip, dude. You gonna apologize and say you're wrong? He just said it right there.
The average stay on Rikers in the 90s was 50 days. Now it's more than 100. There are more than 1,500 people on Rikers who have been held there for more than a year. So I do think many of the reforms that have to be made are also reforms around
decriminalizing. What are you talking about? Your argument is dumb.
The court system and ensuring that people are actually having speedy. The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office
and so has crime levels.
By more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers. And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population to less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And some of this also just has to look at.
Like, you don't go to Rikers Island for nothing. For some minimal, trivial crime. So yeah, letting criminals out on the streets makes it more dangerous for law-abiding citizens. I know you're from the party that thinks 2 + 2 can equal 5, but this is 1 + 1 = 2. It's very simple. Elmo says, Florida is horrible, very hot and humid, lots of bugs, and we have hurricanes. We got snakes, and we got giant mosquitoes all year round. So yeah, you're totally right. The summer heat is so hot. You just start sweating the second you go outside. Actually, that's true. If you don't know how to survive swamp ass, you're not fit for Florida. So yeah, just stay on out. Some literally go to Rikers for nothing. Okay. I mean, your arguments are just so dumb. So, you know what? Enough of you. See ya. Love bugs and moss and sand. Yeah. We got alligators. Got all kinds of stuff. Now, typically, yeah, I got rid of him, guys. Typically, I wouldn't get rid of somebody unless they say something like, you know, Charlie Kirk deserved it. But this dude is arguing for socialism for Muslim Islam, Sharia, like all this type of stuff. I'm just not trying to have it. And I know you guys are getting tired of it. So I'll just out of sight, out of mind. He can either come back with his alt account or, and I'll ban it too or whatever, but I'm over it. I expect him to come back and say, oh, now you don't have a free speech conversation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I've seen it 1,000 times. It just is what it is at this point. I mean, you're not going to have, you're in it to just try to one-up a person rather than have a real conversation. Like you said, show me the video. I should show you the video. Yeah, just attention seekers. Like, even if I showed you the video, you're not going to believe it. It's too painful to leave the cult. So, you know what? We'll just be done with it. I know just me saying, thank God. So I didn't get to 10 viewers on Rumble today. I was going to do another little ad read, but that's okay. Yeah, this is what happens when you defund the police. Yeah, that's true too, TNT. No reason to have free speech when someone that doesn't believe in, or with someone that doesn't believe in free speech. What's up, Captain Willie? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Alton Myers says, anyone here live in New York? Yeah, somebody does, but I won't, I'm not trying to dox them.
The president left.
But this was from Turning Point Action. President Trump called it today. We have to get fired up about voting for 2026 or we will lose the House. This is important. A couple things that happened was California voted for the Article 50, which is going to allow them to maybe add up to 5 gerrymandered districts. So the House might gain 5 seats because of that. Or the Senate.
The president led with this message today, knowing that we were heading into a bloodbath a little bit today. I mean, obviously the president's team, you know, have eyeballs and they see polling and they know how things are looking and their sentiment on the ground and, you know, the inside scoop from all the top campaigns. But he led with that message today for a reason, which was that you have people who are not motivated to get off their butts, off their couch, to go out and vote. And that's the most basic form of civic engagement. And that's the most basic form of, you know, the giving a pat on the back to the president and to Congress. And this is a really bad sign, as per what the president was saying today, that next year we are going to lose the House. And we know what that means. They're going to spend all of their time attacking Trump, that they're going to waste all of their time trying to, trying to invoke every possible, throw everything that they can at President Trump to ruin the last 2 years of his tenure.
Right, just like they did the first time.
Today is the big warning sign for all Republicans that we have to get our stuff together.
Okay, so we got another one. I got to address this, you guys. This is an easy one. Cassie Burrow says, you'll lose the House because you guys are keeping the government shut down. On Friday, we have a 10% FAA closure on all flights in the country, Republican closure. It's not the Republicans. How can you say the Republicans are closing the government when they're the ones that are voting to open the government? That makes no sense what you just said. The Republicans are the ones who are voting to open the government. Donald Trump has said he wants to open the government. He's made different provisions to help people get their paychecks while the government has closed. He has resisted the use of expanded authority given to him under this government closure. I wanted him to fire a lot more people and to reduce the size of government, and he hasn't. He's shown restraint. You cannot come here and tell me that the government is closed due to Republicans. It's very, very simple. Look at who is voting on what. And the Democrats are the ones that are voting to close the government. They're the ones that are holding Americans hostages. They're the ones that are having 10% of the flights grounded. They're the ones that are preventing people from getting SNAP benefits. It's the Democrats. They can get all of this put back into place real simple by voting to open the government. Plain and simple. You can't argue against that. And yes, I do expect the Republicans will gain seats in the House and the Senate. What's up, Arsenal Prime? Trump will make sure that it's the 10% of flights that are bringing illegals into the country that Biden was using. That's a good point, Mad News. Why am I not blaming the Senate leader for not using the nuclear option? I'm actually for the use of the nuclear option. It's time for the Republicans to enforce the nuclear option, to remove the filibuster, to pack the Supreme Court with Republicans. I want Trump to appoint 5 or 6 more Supreme Court judges. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. The Republicans will not allow negotiations. That's because us, the people, don't want to cave to the Democrats. The Democrats have no authority in this. They didn't win any elections to get this. The only problem is, for a continuing resolution to pass, it requires 60 votes. There's not 60 Republicans in the Senate. So Democrats have to come across and vote. And the thing is, this is something that the Democrats have voted for even as recently as this year. It's only now they changed their mind. And it's going to destroy the Democrats as far as I'm concerned, because the message is clear. The Democrats are the ones closing the government. They're the ones not willing to negotiate or bend or budge. The Republicans have passed a clear CR, and it's time for the Democrats to quit holding people hostage. Simple. Plain and simple. Oh, I still vote to cut SNAP. There's 42 million people on it, and I bet 40 million of those people could go get a job. I'm still for reducing SNAP. If they need to negotiate that. They need to revamp it and come up with a better program. SNAP is not designed to be universal basic income. I wish he would. I will tell them to grow a pair and pass the nuclear option. I think he should. It would be better if the Democrats would just vote on the same thing that they voted for already multiple times, the continuing resolution. But they won't. Yeah, that argument is stupid. All 3 branches of government is run by Republicans. Yeah, but it takes 60 votes to get the CR. There's not 60 senators. There's not 60 Republican senators. That's not how it works. It's not just a simple majority. Now, if Trump does the nuclear option or removes the filibuster, the more, if Trump invokes the nuclear option or whomever, they can remove the filibuster, which is the 60 votes, and they can pass it with a simple majority vote. But that's not happened. That's the restraint that the Republicans use and have, rather than just taking authority and power like the Democrats would. They already tried it the first time. It was 2 people that were in the Democrat Party that stopped the Democrats from invoking the nuclear option the first time and removing the filibuster. And now both of those people have left the Democrat Party and are independents. They should. They should. There's a lot of bad Republicans in our leadership, too. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I know Democrats are way worse. Stop counting it. There it is. The juice. The juice. There it is. It's the juice's fault. Good Lord. There it is. I think AIPAC, I heard today, is like not even in the top 100 when it comes to funding given. Good Lord. It's always the Jews' fault. But let's be straight. Let's be honest.
The president led with this message.
It's Democrats that are voting to close the government. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Wait, that's not the right one. Sorry, I'm trying to open up this next page here. It jumped to the right. So this is a cryptic post that Trump put out there. It has the Qs, the Q-tards all in an uproar. It's funny to me. But breaking, President Trump has the internet losing it over his recent Truth Social post, quote, "And so it begins." What do you think he means? Well, I think it's simple. My opinion is that he's just talking about the destruction, the socialization of New York City in the wake of Mamdani's win, right? I think it's simple as that. But, you know, people in Q are putting together all of these different posts. It's wild. I didn't even want to entertain it. But if you go on X and go to the search bar and Trump posts "and so it begins," you'll get a slew of people just connecting stupid dots that just make no sense to me. But anyways, maybe it is 4D chess, but I don't think so. No, I didn't. I said not me. What? You said, was that a bot? I don't know. Yeah, you said APAC, and I said, yeah, you think it's the juice. You know who APAC is, right? Oh, that's a juice box? That's funny. You obviously you don't understand what I'm talking about then. What does it sound like? You want to blame the juice? Anyways. I'm thinking Cassie Burrows might just be the reincarnation of somebody that just got banned. You're not trying to listen. If you were, you'd say, oh yeah, you're right. The Democrats are the ones voting to shut down the government. That is stupid that the Republicans have to come and negotiate with them when they want to add $1.5 trillion to the CR to give illegal immigrants Social Security and fund green programs in other countries and all this pork. I mean, the Democrats that you're fighting for are fighting for bigger government. You guys hated this stuff. Like, where did you guys come from? Do you have any principles? That's a non-point argument. And you can't even prove that. Mamdani hasn't done a damn thing. It's crazy. And then this was interesting. So I guess I need a little intro for this, but Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries demanded that an urgent meeting with Trump to end the record 36-day shutdown. And then I believe it was this morning, Chuck Schumer was yet to arrive to a briefing, so Bernie Sanders had to step up to the podium in his place and started fielding the questions. Western Lensman says, bold, commies already in full takeover mode. So this was interesting. I really don't care what Bernie Sanders has to say, but this was a press conference scheduled for Chuck Schumer. He didn't show up and let Bernie Sanders do all the talking. Curious. So, moving on here. It's already 9. Wow. Trump is right in his post today. Tyler Boyer posted. Good name. The left will destroy every constitutional precedent. 1, they will pack the Supreme Court. 2, they will make D.C. and PR a state. 3, illegals voting in every state. And 4, they will institute ranked choice voting in select red states. End the filibuster. And then he posted here. Trump's reposted what Trump said. The Democrats are far more likely to win the midterms and the next presidential election if we don't do the termination of the filibuster, the nuclear option, because it will be impossible for Republicans to get common sense policies done with these crazed Democrat lunatics being able to block everything by withholding their votes. For 3 years, nothing will be passed, and Republicans will be blamed. Elections, including the midterms, will be rightfully brutal if we do terminate the filibuster, we will get everything approved like no Congress in history. We will have fair, free, and safe elections. Who's against that? No men and women sports or transgender for everybody. Who's against that? Only the progressives, right? Strong borders. Everybody should be for that. Major tax and emergency cuts. I mean, if you don't have strong borders, you can't even push your leftist liberal bullshit. It's just defense against invasion. Major tax and energy cuts. And also the social programs will run dry, right? But major tax and energy cuts, and will secure our Second Amendment, which the Democrats will also terminate immediately. If we don't do it, they are far more likely to do well in the upcoming elections, which would mean a packed Supreme Court, 2 more states, and 4 more Democrat senators, D.C. and Puerto Rico, and 8 more electoral votes. Remember, Republicans, they're going to end the filibuster as soon as they get the chance. We know this because they tried, and they did, like I said already earlier. The 2 Democrats that prevented it are now independents. And the only 2 people who didn't go along are now out of office. But they have much less chance of winning if we have great policy wins after wins after wins after wins. In fact, they will lose big and for a very long time. Terminate the filibuster now, end the ridiculous shutdown immediately, and then, most importantly, pass every wonderful Republican policy that we have dreamt of for years but never have gotten. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, the smart party. And I agree with so much of this, although in the beginning, he's acting like they must do this in order to win the midterms, which I believe, as long as we get the messaging proper, that, look, it's the Democrats who are voting to keep the government shut down. It was the Democrats that took away your SNAP benefits. It was but the Democrats are good at their messaging, and the Democrat circles are very, the cult is very entrenched in their beliefs, right? So it's going to be hard to overcome, especially with the help of the mainstream media that is all in for the Democrats, right? But still, there's gerrymandering that can be done where we get extra seats for the Republican side, although there's 5. It appears that 5 are going to be added to the Democrat Party here because of the Article 50 thing in California. It is very important to remember that the Democrats already did try to end the filibuster. Why wouldn't they again? They've already used lawfare against their political opponents. Why wouldn't they again? Initially, when I heard this concept, I was like, no, because the Democrats are going to use it against us, and inevitably, when they get power, and inevitably at some point they will, and then we're all going to jail. And it's like, wait a minute, they're going to do that anyways. They're going to do it anyways. So, and they've already tried. So why not pendulum swings? Do exactly what they tried to do and get some fucking ground back, get some wins. Like, it's time for us to finally take some ground back. We've been losing ground. Slippery slopes have been leading us into the piles of shit, the hellhole that we have now in sports, with men and women sports and locker rooms. 42 million people on SNAP and everything else that's going on. I mean, it's a whole list of things. You guys know. Let's take some ground back. It's time, and it's lawful. It's not like he's a dictator breaking laws. It's all on the up and up as far as the Constitution goes. Do it. Do it. At first I started off, the best defense is a good offense. Yeah, and I've been saying for a long time, keep these people on their heels. Keep them on the hills. They got to defend themselves. They can't push forward with any type of attacks, which, of course, if they win the House or the Senate, then there comes the impeachment inquiries and a repeat of Trump's second half of his first term, which was not good, right? Not good for Trump's first term. It derailed all the progress when we had the strongest economy that America has had in a long time. So let's just do it. And one of the reasons, like I was about to say, I was all for the government being shut down at first because it gave Trump executive authority to do certain things as far as firing people, minimizing government, getting rid of programs, maybe even appointing a judge or 2. They've done a lot of the judge appointments and stuff like that. But at this point, Trump isn't firing people anymore, right? We haven't heard about the Grim Reaper of government. I can't think of his name right now. He just has the nickname for a while. And it's time to reopen the government because the messaging isn't getting any better for the Republicans, right? Even when I make this argument to this person, they're not like, oh, yeah, you're right. They just go away. You know what I mean? So it's time to be the heroes. And when the government is reopened, they'll have nobody to thank other than the Republicans at this point. All the good that can come from the government being shut down has happened, I believe. You guys might disagree. This might be a hot take. But like I said, Trump isn't firing anybody else. And basically, Americans are to the point where they're suffering. It needs to come to an end. And if the Democrats come, if the Democrats decide to switch over and just vote for this CR, fine. But the Republicans have the opportunity to be the heroes, even though the messaging will be, oh, he's a dictator, although it's all on the up and up, and actually do something good for these people to get these programs put back into place. Simple as that. Then we can move forward. We can renegotiate how SNAP is. We can investigate people on SNAP and get them removed if they're able-bodied and they're taking advantage of the system, if they're illegal. All that stuff can come at a later date. But for now, I think all the good that can be done from the government being shut down has come and gone, right? And at this point, we got to worry about winning the midterms. It's all about winning the midterms at this point. It's all about winning the midterms. We have to. Am I Protestant? I'm just a Bible believer. I don't really assign myself to Baptist or anything like that. I'm just a Bible believer. I pray to Jesus. I look to Jesus' advice. That one's kind of out of order. Let me skip forward here. Sorry, I had a couple things out of order on my outline. TNT says, I'd like to end it, but at the same time, the shutdown has zero effect on me. I know some people are suffering that don't deserve it, though. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. It has zero effect on me. And I think all the good that could come from it, the firings and stuff that I explained, has already transgressed, came to pass, right? Elmo says they ended the filibuster for Supreme Court nominations, force in voter ID. Oh, in the filibuster for Supreme Court nominations, force in voter ID, ballots, and no machines in elections. If you do that, Democrats won't win another election. Also, and this was a friend of mine that said this, that has suggested this, make it to where foreign, not foreign, but, foreign-born individuals can't hold office. Get that in there, too. You got to be born in America to hold any kind of office. Active mass deporting as if they've all got bed bugs and won't need to worry about what they get with Medicaid. Well, yeah, that's true. They ended the filibuster for the Supreme Court nominations. Okay. Yeah. Illegals that are teens are getting Medicaid. Yeah, you're right about that. Trump's chaos is holding you back now. Trump is the one that's saying in the filibuster. I'm the one agreeing with Trump. Cooked at the midterms? I don't think so. Trump is delivering for the American people. Even despite the Democrats doing everything to hold him back. I'd go so far as third generation. Yeah, 100%. So breaking, Donald Trump reportedly got tough with Senate Republicans behind closed doors this morning, saying the GOP will become a dead party if they don't nuke the filibuster. Senator Lindsey Graham reportedly told Trump that budget reconciliation can be done to pass good legislation, to which Trump said, "You and I both know that there's so much you can't do with reconciliation per punch bowl." Donald J. Trump is also concerned the shutdown has negatively impacted Republicans more than it has Democrats, and that it reflected in stronger Dem turnouts in the elections. Okay, so he's also weighing that more Democrats showed up to vote in this little election that we had yesterday. So listen to Trump, GOP. He will not steer you wrong. 51 votes for all bills will work wonders. Yes, let's take advantage of the fact that we have the majority in the House and the Senate. Did they open the government today? Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. Also, reform food stamps, double check the people getting them, and a limit to the time they can get them. Maybe a 3-year total in your lifetime. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Maybe 3 years, but not like a hard 3 times or 3 years. Like you can appeal. You can appeal if you go beyond that and something happens, right? But it shouldn't be, like I say, a substitute to universal basic income. People shouldn't be living on SNAP for 30 years or food stamps for 30 years. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I do not disagree with that at all, just me. I actually don't think food stamps should be a federal program. It should be up to the states. Now, that's an interesting concept. I kind of like that, to be honest with you. Why should, if I live in a red state and I pay my taxes, why should my taxes go to some douche in a blue state that's not aligned with me at all? I get that. Let the blue states take care of the blue states and the red states take care of the red states. Oh, well, you'll have some blue states that are more poor than the red states. Well, you know what? That's socialism. You got us because we got more paying for you. If you don't like it, move. Islam is at war with everyone not Islamic. The peaceful Muslim is sharpening the sword for the Muslim, doing what the false God commands. 100%. And they've said it over and over again. We'll have more kids than you. In 20 years, guess what this country is going to be? And that's what they're doing. They're playing the long game. You shaved your mustache off. It's No Shave November, dude. Get to see the scruff? Yeah, full American also. So Brian Allen posted, Trump is privately warning GOP senators that if Democrats ever nuke the filibuster, they'll make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Here, let's just listen to it out of Trump's mouth.
Legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat.
Oh.
Yes. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster.
Oh, I'll start this over. I want to read this comment. Before food stamps, people relied on the church. We should go back to that. The government is trying to be the people's God. That's what they're doing with food stamps. Yeah, they want, the Democrats want a king. They throw these no kings protest rallies, but they truly just want a king, but they want that king to align with their vision. And Trump just doesn't align with their vision because he's America first. He wants to build strong, independent families. Remove the social programs. But they're like, oh, no, I can't do that. Bankrupting MAGA states? I don't think so. I think most of the red states, I don't know the numbers, but I would argue that people in the red states are actually working more. And plus, you just look at the cities. It's really every state is red. You just have big cities that are blue that run the rest of the state when it comes to electoral votes. But it's still, regardless, it's a social program. I mean, you could be right. I don't know the numbers. I know Florida will be fine. Get right with God. Oh, yeah. Arsenal Prime says, only Christ's return will stop the political government disguised as a religion spreading like a plague of locusts. Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I still don't like the social idea of. I definitely think that food stamps should be state ran. Shouldn't be a federalized program. Smaller government, let the states run themselves the way it was intended. We're a republic. And that's how a republic should operate. Anyways, here's Trump.
Legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want at least five justices. Now I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay?
Well, they'll try.
They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day, maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this. And I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people. And I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema. And they got them out there with the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state. And they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators, okay? You think you have problems? They're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done. It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine that it's good and all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say they're not doing much and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done. And the smartest thing with John and
That's funny. It's the greatest thing. Trump sure knows how to toot his own horn. I love that. It's funny. A mustache says Florida and Texas are gravy, not so much the rest. This is why Trump's plan to divide everyone hurts everyone. You know, it's a conundrum, right? Because you look at Kansas. The whole state is red besides Kansas City and maybe Wichita. Maybe Topeka, I don't know. But I feel like the rest of the state that's red, that's rural, they can take care of themselves. Those aren't the people that are taking from... So maybe it should be city-based. I don't know, maybe it should be county-based. But I don't think that was actually... you said this is why Trump's plan to divide everyone hurts everyone. I don't know if it's necessarily Trump's plan. This was just a suggestion in chat that SNAP should be run by the states. I don't know if I've seen Trump actually suggest that or not. It's just a concept or an idea that we're talking about, thinking through. But when I think about it, that is how the Republic was designed, for the states to govern themselves. And I've always thought it was stupid for some bureaucrat in D.C. to tell Kansas how to farm their fields. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Also, Lawrence. Yeah, I'm from Kansas City. Lawrence is full of a bunch of college kids and woke professors and stuff, so it might be blue, but that's a lower population. But it's still kind of almost part of the greater Kansas City the way that it's expanding out. There used to be an hour drive through the country to get from Kansas City to Lawrence. Now it's multiple cities out there that are all developing, with a lot of illegals moving into that area. One of my friends lives in that area, and his kids go to school with multiple pairs. Well, they did when they were young. Multiple pairs, Spanish-speaking pairs in their classrooms. Here in Kansas, outside of KC. That's where I'm from. I'm from the Kansas side. I lived in Overland Park for a long time. That area. Anyways. I was surprised that Johnson County and Wyandotte County went for Kamala this year. It's definitely being infested with Democrats. They find out how great of an area it is to live, and they're like, "Oh, we got to move here and bring our politics with us." Lots of real folks who couldn't take care of elderly family without SNAP. Well, see, those are the people that deserve it. Not so, like, dude, I'm not saying SNAP should go away permanently from everybody. I'm saying there's people that need it, and then there's people that don't. And a lot of people that don't are getting it. Well, I think Trump cares more about me than any Democrat in Congress does. I can tell you that much. They're the ones that are voting to keep the government shut. Trump's my guy. I'm not saying he's perfect, but, you know, considering that MAGA isn't a cult, it's an idea. We can call it out. We can call it out when it's, you know, when we don't agree. God bless Zohran Mamdani. I don't think you're talking about the same God I worship. Alba Edgerton. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with Gardner. Let's see here. No one should actually be living in D.C., to be honest. All residential areas should be part of the surrounding states. That's an interesting idea. I want the red poor states to get SNAP. I never said that. I said the people that are living in the rural areas, the red areas of states, they know how to take care of themselves. They're the farmers. They're the people that live in small towns that actually take care of each other, that elect their sheriff and know them, and they know everybody in town, and they hold each other accountable, and they build their kids up and raise each other's kids and stuff like that. I know it because I've seen it. Your wife does food bank stuff with her church, and mostly folks who work but don't make enough to cover food anymore because of inflation, etc. Right? And that's fine. That's how it used to be. The church used to be, the government came in and tried to replace church with SNAP, essentially. At least that part. But there's still a lot of good churches that are doing that, of course. But people don't want food that's given to them by church. They want to have lobsters delivered by DoorDash paid for by SNAP, which happens. Do you think your the SNAP benefits should be paying for Uber Eats to deliver food to people? That guy's literally a cult. Okay. Yeah, you are like literally the epitome of the Democrat sheep. It's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, people also don't want to hear Steve yap all night. I know. Sorry, guys. This is Trump again. Wait. I thought I had another one real quick. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Wait, is that the same one I just played? Did I skip one? I did. I played that out of order. My bad. This is Trump again. Breaking, Trump reportedly got tough with... Okay. Oh, I thought I had 2 videos saved. Did I not do it? Anyways, we'll move forward. Thought I had 2 videos of that same thing. But here's Trump from 60 Minutes, I believe. They're probably going to copyright this part, but it is what it is. Government shutdown day 34. Do you agree with President Trump that the Republicans should use the nuclear option to end the filibuster?
I'm not going to do it by extortion. I'm not going to do it by being... not going to do it by extortion. I'm not going to do it by being extorted by the Democrats who have lost their way. There's something wrong with these people.
So then what happens on November 15th when the troops don't get a paycheck?
Schumer is a basket case, and he has nothing to lose. He's become, I just left Japan, he's become a kamikaze pilot.
Sounds like it's not going to get solved, the shutdown.
It's going to get solved, yeah. Oh, it's going to get solved.
How?
We'll get it solved. Eventually, they're going to have to vote.
You're saying the Democrats will capitulate?
I think they have to. And if they don't vote, that's their problem. Now, I happen to agree with something else. I think we should do the nuclear option. This is a totally different nuclear, by the way. It's called ending the filibuster.
I mean, you see it right there. Trump is calling for it. The fact that he's not a dictator. And it's funny because, you know, the whole time, what's his name? Hakeem Jeffries and all these people on the Democrat side, they've been saying, oh, well, Trump's not giving the order. Trump's not giving the order. If Trump was the one, if Trump would say to open the government, the Republicans would open the government and negotiate with us and give us the inch that we don't deserve, that the American people aren't calling for. And here Trump is, on the contrary, here Trump is saying, look, I want them to use the nuclear option. I want them to end the filibuster right now. Oh, but why aren't they listening to him? Oh, I thought it was a cult. I thought he was the leader. No, Trump doesn't have a vote in keeping the government open or shut. As a matter of fact, publicly, everything that he said is open the government. The Republicans themselves have been voting to open the government. There's nothing more that they can do other than to end the filibuster and make it a majority rules. Yeah, Cassie says Trumpflation has gotten out of hand. All you see is Orange Man bad. You can't talk to people like you. You still won't even admit that the government is shut down because of the ones who are voting to shut it down, the Democrats. They could open the government and then start to negotiate a new CR, right? A new deal. They voted on this CR multiple times, but they won't. They're trying to use this as clout. They're trying to use you as a hostage against the Republicans and Trump. It's all Trump's fault. You know, I know. I know you think you know. It really is Trump's fault. Get the jab, please, is your name. Oh, good Lord. Not. Wow. Man, this thumbnail triggered everybody. I don't know if anybody came in from the Republican side on YouTube. Good Lord. You guys just can't help yourself. Clandestine posts. It's very simple. Terminate the filibuster, pass voter ID, deport the illegals, arrest the traitors, save the republic. Then, and only then, will we succeed. And as we've learned that the Democrats wouldn't have won an election without the votes of illegal immigrants in the past, we'll say, decade, maybe longer. And so, yeah, this is why they capitulate to the illegals so hard. And they prioritize illegals over American citizens. And for some reason, these Democrat white people, I guess, the Democrat Americans, I don't know if you're white, can't help but vote against their own best interests, essentially. They want to vote to destroy their own country for the sake of other people, for illegals. Now, well, here's the other one from Trump. POTUS is 100% correct. We know Democrats will nuke the filibuster as soon as they're able to solidify their grip on power. We should act first in order to pass laws that benefit the American people. And we have a whole year of winning before the next election if we can get this done. But feckless Republicans, once again.
It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. That's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. It's time.
So, get the job, please, as illegals don't vote. Yes, they do. How do you not understand this? If you don't have to show an ID to vote, you can vote. It's very simple. Very simple concept to understand. Max Doubt says, see, that kind of talk is where MAGA loses me. I'm a veteran and I swore to uphold the Constitution for all people, which I appreciate you for your service. We have a big community of veterans and truckers in the Discord, but can't start talking like that traitor to those who disagree with and have me back you. Now, are you talking about when I said end the filibuster? That's constitutional. That's legal. I didn't say anything. Can't start talking like that like traitor. I don't know what you mean. I'm not saying do anything that's dictatorish. I'm saying use the laws that are afforded to him. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But regardless, I do appreciate your service to our country. Calling loyal Americans traitors. I'm sorry. Who did I call a loyal American a traitor to? IDs are racist, so is voting. Are you saying Trump said that? I don't know. Ending the filibuster isn't being a traitor, otherwise the Constitution wouldn't allow it. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you vowed to uphold the Constitution, you'd be okay with ending the filibuster. So maybe I'm missing something there. No, that's cool. I appreciate your service. I mean, not a combat vet. I get that. We also do not appreciate stolen valor around here. Not saying that you are, but we got some folks that take that shit serious. Which, by the way, I haven't seen him tonight. Hope he's doing okay. So right here we have this from Fox News. I hate how Fox News does their how their page shrinks and grows like without you clicking on anything. And it moves over to the side. David Marcus, now is the time to now is the time to nuke the filibuster. Democrats likely to eliminate filibuster anyway when they regain power, making GOP first move advantageous. Which they already did try to nuke the filibuster. Like I said, it was Sinema and Joe Manchin who were the two Democrats that stopped it by voting against it, essentially. They're now no longer in the party. They went to independence, and I think they're just not even in it anymore. So they've already tried. So to assume that, if we do this now, then what are they going to do when they get power back? They already tried it. So it's only makes sense to use it again, right? Max Doubt says the Democrats tried to end the filibuster during Obama when they had all three chambers. The GOP was obstructing them at every turn, but the gamble was too much for them. So they've done it twice. The Democrats have tried to nuke the filibuster twice. Danny Boy almost says, I don't understand how they don't want voter ID, but wanted vaccination cards for people to leave their house. Yeah. I just railed off on a group of people and called them traitors. I'm not calling illegals traitors. I mean, they're traitors to their own country, if they mean illegals. And go off on a group of people, like projecting my good self to say that I believe in your right to free speech when they don't believe in mine. I'm not going to do that. But I don't think I rallied off on a group of people referring to them as traitors. Maybe I have to go back and rewatch that part to see what you're talking about. But oh yeah, combat reporter is definitely legitimate. I've seen videos of combat reporters being ended in war. So I mean, you know, let's not go there. I'm with you on that one, maxed out. Yeah, I was gonna say that's what came into my head. Haven't you seen Full Metal Jacket? It's literally the main character, Private Joker. Yeah, 100%. It's actually what came into my head at first, and then I thought of the Faces of Death videos of back in the day of them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't saying everyone not on the right is a traitor. That's for sure. No, I don't believe that at all. I mean, right. So I'll go back and see what I said, and I'll try to clear that up. I don't want to act like people are traitors. Although, some of the leaders in our government might certainly be traitors. But I wasn't talking to them. Zohran is better than Kwame Cuomo. It's a douche and a turd, man. They're not. Neither of them were good. Cuomo has thousands of deaths on his hands, and Zohran is yet to be determined, but he might end up worse. We'll see. Yeah, no worries. I try to be real, or I am real. I try to be completely honest with you guys, and I'm racking my brain. But yeah, anyways, I appreciate you for being here and actually being kind of respectful and having a conversation rather than just being the typical. I respect critical thinkers more than some of these folks that just come in here and they're just like, oh, you love Trump, oh, you were America first, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? I consider those who want to make any religion the official religion of America to be traitors. So I get it, but it scares me how it's used lately. Yeah, I get that. It used to be 60 votes to get a judicial nominee. Do I get many lefties in chat? Sometimes. I've gotten a lot tonight. In every single one, it seems like ends up calling me some sort of name. It's the same pattern of devolvement. Is that a word? Joking you, I don't think. Same pattern of devolvement. They don't really have very good. They don't have any examples of stuff. They try to question you. They try to take over the conversation, and then when I don't budge, and I'm not saying I'm right all the time, also, but whatever. But when I don't budge, they devolve to name calling, and so it's just funny and comical at this point. We can't get 60 votes on the sky being blue. Well, it's blue with stripes, but then at night it's black and got white spots. It's funny, TNT. We also can't get 60 votes to say that there's only two genders. Well, we certainly can't get 9 votes to say that even in the Supreme Court. My stream is being advertised as around voters like yourself. That's why. Yeah, I assume I figured remaking the image of a jet going into a skyscraper, a jet with Zohran written on it going into a skyscraper with New York was symbolic of 9/11, and New York forgot. I thought it was pretty clear that this isn't a stream for lefties, but some people just like to jump in here and just be a jackass and try to disrupt. Not really ever be willing to have a conversation or learn or listen or try to understand where the other side is coming from. They just want to one up and all that type of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's what'll happen. But that's the funny thing is, there, get the jab, please, says I hope they end the filibuster so we can pack the court next time we get into the Senate. Well, I hope they end the filibuster. I mean, they've already tried to do it. That's the thing. The Democrats already tried to do that. So it's not like they weren't going to anyways. It doesn't matter if Trump does or the Republicans nuke it this time. They're going to nuke it next time the first time they get the next opportunity, right? And so it's only advantageous for the Republicans to, because look, let's be real. My whole lifetime, the Republicans have ceded ground to the Democrats year after year after year. My whole entire life, they've ceded ground to the Democrats. And only now is the first opportunity of my life that we have an opportunity to take a little bit of ground back, to get a little bit back on track. Maybe get some of this national debt paid for, although I feel like the national debt is the least of my concerns, right? I just want Americans to have fruitful lives with money in their pockets and be rewarded with the self-gratitude, the gratification of feeling like you earned it. You have more respect for the stuff that you buy with your own money that you worked hard for than the stuff that you buy that was gifted to you. Than the stuff that was gifted to you, the stuff that you buy with free money. Easy come, easy go, as they say, right? And so I feel like we'd just be a better place structurally. And if we could ultimately focus on Jesus, building communities, being more self-reliant. Me, myself, I have a roof full of solar panels. I have 2 huge battery banks that power my house for a couple days if there's a hurricane and we lose power. As long as the sun is out, I have 40-ish chickens. I raise catfish in my backyard. I don't take from the government at all. All I do is pay into it. And then whenever I see things like 42 million people on SNAP, and a lot of them are illegals, a lot of them just got to our country, a lot of them are exploiting the laws that we put in place to make lives better for Americans, I have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I want us to get back to. I want us to get back to people having more money in their pockets, living less off the debt, like carrying less credit cards. You know, people lose hundreds and hundreds, thousands of dollars a month just to credit card interest. It's destroying families. We need to, to promote fathers being in homes, just everything. Everything kind of heals as a whole, or it falls apart as a whole. And we got to get back on the right question, the right track. Question: do I support the redistribution of wealth? 100% no. Not at all. Not at all. I think more people should be self-reliant. But that's why I don't have a problem with the billionaires. These people are the risk takers. Yeah, they might have more to risk. They might be easier for them to risk starting a business and this and that, but they're the ones that are giving us jobs. We can't all survive and be a mom and pop shop. Society just won't allow that. So we have to understand who the real villains are. It's the people that want us fighting with each other over bullshit versus helping each other out because we're actually a community. Yeah, YouTube is just recommending you to the left-leaning people that now including me but don't worry, I won't be calling you names. Well, I appreciate that. I welcome left people to come in here. Look, I'm a dumb jock, dude. I had a kid when I was 17. I barely graduated high school. But I feel like, I love doing this, and I just feel like we need to have more conversations. I don't claim to be the smartest person. I'm willing to be wrong, but we just don't have enough voices out here trying to make community and doing, I've promoted for a long time. Know your neighbors. Get to know your neighbors, stuff like that. And it's unfortunate. Like, you can even see it. Why would YouTube promote my content to Zohran voters right now? Because they want to suppress me. They want me to be disappointed. They want me to be overcome with adverse opinions or something like that. X is doing the same thing to me right now too. Everything I see is from the Democrats. It's so weird, but I see it, and I'm here to call it out. Yeah, national debt isn't my concern. It's the there's a lot of Democrats that want me to, they say, oh, we need to pay more taxes even during the government shutdown because we have national debt. I think it's on the leaders that we elect, I say leaders, the representatives that we elect to do a better job with our money and quit giving it out to other countries, quit giving it to people within our country that don't deserve it, especially people that came here, seeking asylum under Biden. Or, like I showed on the last show, the amount of people spiked up receiving SNAP under Biden, ironically coinciding with 20 to 40 million illegals that came into our country at the same time. I want it to go to Americans. We don't have anywhere to go. If we let ourselves be invaded, we're going to end up being a third world country. It's just a matter of time before China gets us to the place where then they want to bring the heat. Right? And then we're all going to be wishing we didn't force ourselves into being the third world country that they want to take over, right? Our land is rich. Our people are smart. And I believe we have the best, greatest country on the planet and in the history of the world. But you might disagree. I don't know. Let me see here. Let me get caught up on chat. I'm way behind. And being insanely disrespectful of 9/11. I think the New Yorkers are being disrespectful for voting for Zohran Mamdani. But I'm willing to take that criticism. It's fine. I'm not using the tragedy as a pawn at all. I'm reminding people of what they've forgotten. I'm not the victim. I'm telling you that I'm nothing special. Stop feeding the military-industrial complex that creates all these refugees. I don't think people, military-age men coming across our border in fleets has anything to do with the military-industrial complex. I think it has to do with incompetence of leadership in the past, former leadership. I despise The View. I do too. I never said I think he'll do a 9/11 because he's a Muslim. I'm saying that Muslims bombed our country and New Yorkers, only a short 20-ish years later, elect a Muslim. I think it's ironic. I think they've forgotten their history. But I'm not going to argue over the thumbnail. Immigrants are actually very beneficial for countries even when they're undocumented. I disagree. I disagree completely. Tell that to the families that just got killed by a illegal truck driver doing a U-turn on a freaking interstate. Meh. Implying it. Nah, meh. I just told you what the thumbnail means, dude. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Cry harder, dude. Snowflake. If you watch the show The View, you should be considered functionally retarded. So no more voting rights. You're here. JK, you said. They pay taxes. Did you know that? The illegals? No, they don't. No, they don't. I've worked with plenty of illegals side by side with them. I've had conversations and become friends with them. You know how they earn their paycheck? They get a job with a fake social security number They claim 9 dependents on their paycheck, which means that they have 0 deductions taken out of their weekly check. Then, at the end of the year, when they're supposed to square up, right? If you didn't pay enough throughout the year while you're working, you have a big tax bill at the end of the year. Well, guess what? It was a fake social security number. They don't have to file taxes at the end of the year. So they pay 0 taxes on the front end and they pay 0 taxes on the back end. Meanwhile, they can show up to the hospital, get free care because the hospitals can't turn them away. It's literally an exploitation of our laws put in place to help Americans who were born here who didn't flee the country that they came from. Don't tell me they pay taxes and then tell me that they can't vote. They don't pay taxes. And they do vote. Is that murder exclusive to immigrants? Look, 1 murder from an illegal immigrant is too many. I think you should be able to agree with that. 1 murder inside the United States is too fucking many. They don't pay income taxes. I just explained it to you. So you're not willing to have a conversation and listen. I'm telling you what illegal immigrants that I work side to side with, that I was friends with, told me how they skirt the system. They've been doing it since the 90s or maybe even before, because this happened in the 90s. I'm 44. Tyler, if you're hurting the guy's feelings on YouTube, tell him to go and tell his wife's boyfriend about it. File 12 dependents on your employer and 0 comes out of your check. Yeah. They told me 9 back in the day when we were doing it, but it's been 20-ish years, 25 years since I worked with them, so maybe it's 12 now. But yeah, you get 0 taken out of your check when you claim these dependents on your W-2 form, or whatever it is that you fill out for your taxes to get your hourly job. Not only that, they work for a lot less. They work for a lot less, which drives down the wages for the American who didn't flee his country. Yeah, why would you have no issue with giving people medical care? Bro, I can't afford health care. I don't have health insurance. I can't afford it. But I'm somebody that tries, and there's nothing for the people that try. There's only something for the fucking takers who aren't willing to do shit for themselves on the front end. I'm not trying to hear that. Anyways, back to the show. I'm sorry, guys. We've run for an hour over anyway, so we're in bonus time. By the way, I didn't thank you. Thanks for the $2 super chat earlier, TNT. My bad for I didn't thank you for that when you sent it. Yeah, if they're so valuable, they should fix the shitholes they abandoned. Exactly. Yeah, you think I should have healthcare too, though? No difference. What kind of healthcare? Who's going to pay for it? I think we need to fix the system so that healthcare is actually more affordable for people who need it. Not just putting everybody on the thing and taking from somebody else. That's the oligarchy's fault. Not, I'm saying it's a part of that's exploitation of the system. The system that was put in place to help Americans is now being exploited by people who came into our country illegally. They put the system in place with the right ideas, the right thing in mind, and then people say, oh, well, you come over here, you say you're applying for asylum, they'll let you into the country, then they'll put you on SNAP, and then they'll give you a prepaid debit card, and then they'll do this and that and everything else for you, and they'll give you, in certain states, a driver's license, they'll allow, like, everything. And then you can go get a job. New Evan rule, no Steve comments read out loud unless there's super chats. Anyways, yeah. If you guys want to continue the conversation, send a super chat, show a little support. I've given you guys who disagree with me way too much time of the show. Your brain is in critical condition, don't blame me. But make sure you subscribe while you're here. Not very many people will actually have the conversation with you, right? Actually, you do what you want to do. Roads should be privatized then. What do you mean? Do I think roads should be privatized then? Might be a dumb question, but I genuinely just want to get a feel. I mean, aren't roads paid for by gas tax? By fuel tax? Oh yeah, it is the hard part of Christianity, that's for sure. I can tell you this much. Ever since I moved to this city, they've been working on I'll be generous and say a mile long section. It might be a quarter of a mile section for over 10 years of the highway. I've seen bridges tore down and rebuilt in 3 months in the place that I came from. I think getting rid of corruption, bloat, wasted effort and time is more important. Doing better, spending more responsibly, rather than doing the Democrat way, which is their solution to fix everything, is throw more money at it. Be conservative, figure out a problem, engineer it properly, execute it properly with the right people in a timely manner, and things will last longer and things will cost less on the front end. Just throwing more money at everything doesn't work. He means we're used to the idea of public funds for roads. Steve Stream. Funny they had roads before taxes. Yeah, look. My grandpa has a big stake in, well, my step grandpa, I guess I should say, has a big stake in one of the big road builders, and I still think they don't get this shit done in time. Down with corruption and cronyism, something all Americans can get behind. Well, I'd like that. Yeah, that's true, Danny boy, Elmo. We used to just do tariffs. They did income tax with World War I, and it was supposed to be temporary. And that's why it's so dangerous. Like, there's just a lot of people out there that say, oh, we need a law for that. We need a law for that. And it's like, wait a minute. If you need a law, if you add more laws, that means more judges, more police, more federal employees, more state employees, more shit to uphold, more things to prosecute. And it just grows and grows and grows to the point where it's just a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Look, a stop sign was invented to establish order in a four-way situation, right? Two people stop at the same time, the person on the right gets right away, okay? But if there's an accident, it's also to establish who is at fault. It's not for a cop to sit there and give you a ticket if you happen to roll through it. So that things have to be established, things have to be upheld in a proper way. And if they want to start adding more things and more things, then a judge has to take care of it. And, you know, it's crazy. Roads are paid for by tax. If they were privatized, individuals would have to pay for roads. Roads are poor. Yeah, but like I said, I'm pretty sure roads are paid for by the gas tax, right? Every time you fill up your car, a portion of that money goes towards the roads. I don't think that comes from like income tax or anything like that. They tricked the takers into voting for taxes because they believed all the money would come from the rich and go to the poor. Takers are what's wrong with America, aka demon rats. I 100% agree. Just me. And we saw it when Obama first ran as an example of that. I had an aunt on Facebook going, oh, I hope Obama wins. I'm going to get free health care. Well, first of all, he didn't deliver that promise. And second of all, what he implemented was ultimately, it did damage to the health industry, the healthcare industry. But yeah, people thought they were going to get something for free. And so they went and voted for change. I don't think most Americans realize how many things get worse under privatization except for the top folks. Yeah. Yeah, Trump has done nothing but help. He's built New York. Mr. Bazbake. Yeah, Trump built New York, dude. Let's see here. We're at 10 o'clock. I'm gonna get through this last little part and then we'll call it a show. So we're talking about nuking the filibuster. This was Caroline Leavitt calling for end to Senate filibuster amid government shutdown. If I can read, it's worded kind of weird, but
Asia with President Trump is the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Secretary, it's great to see you. Caroline, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Maria. It's great to see you, too.
Congratulations on this trip. I'm going to get to Asia in a moment, but let's talk.
Hey, just real quick, something. Trump's first term, he tried to get Obamacare removed. He repealed the worst part of it, which was the tax penalty, the unconstitutional tax penalty. And he also had he had the Senate and the House that hated him. What's his name? Paul, who's the Speaker of the House? Paul, not Rand Paul. It was, I don't know, that guy that's not even in politics anymore, I think. They hated him. They opposed him, and they wouldn't, even the Republicans wouldn't get on board to it. The president can only do so much legally. So people like to blame Trump for a lot of stuff that Congress and the Senate wouldn't get, that Congress and the House couldn't get done. Max says, I just want to see all Americans thrive, so it doesn't matter who's stealing from whom when we all pay for universal basic income like Yang. Yeah, that's funny, Yang. Isn't that what you like Republicans for, is getting shit done? When? Well, no, I've said over and over again in the stream that Republicans have ceded ground to the Democrats for decades. This is the time for them to get shit done. Now, will they? I don't know, but I can hope for it. I can root for it. I can pray that they finally take some ground back and get things in shape. But I can tell you the Democrat spiral it's what's got us to this point. You can't blame Trump. You can't blame, you can blame dinosaurs in Congress on the Republican side, but certainly can't blame Trump. Yeah, you lefties talk like Trump is a king and can decree all things. You're dumb, that's all. 100% agree, Captain. They want a king. They just want a king that agrees with them and their ideology. That's really what it is. They go out there and they protest no kings. It's just no Trump is what they really mean. They want a king. They need a daddy government to take care of them. They need it. Well, thank you for the sub. I hope you come back and watch and join in, and we can have a conversation and grow. But I appreciate you saying that. Alter. Sorry. All these ats instead of the other names. I know people their ats are different. I wish YouTube would go back to the old way of saying everybody's names, but Paul Ryan, thank you, Paul Ryan. That freaking guy. Roads are colonized. Well, good. We all should hold the president accountable. Now, I try to hold Biden accountable, but was he really the president? Okay.
Talk about the filibuster. You've heard from John Thune. He is not going to change it, but President Trump says he wants them to scrap the filibuster. Has President Trump spoken to Senator John Thune about this?
President Trump has spoken to Majority Leader Thune. He's also spoken to our great Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And he's spoken to the whole world by putting his position out on Truth Social in a very public and transparent way, as the president always does. And he is 100% right. Let's talk about what we are dealing with here. Radical left Democrats who have shut our government down and held the American people hostage for 32 days in a row. We have air traffic controller shortages all over this country. Half of our nation's major airports are suffering from severe delays as we head into the busiest travel months of the season. We have 500,000 federal workers who are going unpaid. SNAP benefits have expired only because of President Trump finding a legal maneuver are our troops continuing to be getting paid. If it were up to the Democrats, our military and our law enforcement would not be receiving their paychecks like the rest of the federal government workforce.
And there's no denying that, because the Democrats are the ones who are voting to close the government, plain and simple.
And Democrats are not showing any sign of wanting to reopen the government. They want to give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens. These are crazed people that President Trump and Republicans are having to deal with. And that's why President Trump has said Republicans need to get tough, they need to get smart, and they need to use this option to get rid of the filibuster, to reopen the government and do right by the American public. We know, Maria, based on the polling and based on common sense, that the vast majority of this country wants the government reopened. That's what President Trump is willing to do. That's what he wants. And he's willing to use any lever to make it happen.
Well, it's got to happen soon. The government must reopen, or we are going to have a serious hit to the economy. If people stop flying because they're afraid it's not safe, and you've got air traffic control calling in sick, you're going to see a serious hit. Now, there's one analyst at Cowen and Company who says this government will likely reopen by November 14th. And that there will be a one-year clean Affordable Care Act subsidy extension and a super committee potential as an off-ramp. Are you hearing of any off-ramp to get this government open this upcoming week?
There we go.
We certainly hope so. Look, we hope the government opens tomorrow. We have been saying this for 32 days in a row. The Democrats want to try to renegotiate the entire healthcare system that they created, by the way, and that's why they're holding the government hostage. They want to add $1.7 trillion of new spending and, again, give taxpayer-funded Medicaid to illegal aliens. That is a red line in the sand for President Trump and Republicans. He campaigned on ending that, and he did it with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And so Republicans and President Trump want to reopen the government, and then we can discuss tackling these very important issues before us.
Simple.
How can we fix our healthcare system? There is no one more committed to answering and solving that question than President Donald Trump. That's why you've seen him work tirelessly to negotiate good deals with Big Pharma to bring down the cost of prescription drugs in this country. That's why you saw him pass the largest tax cuts for working families and American consumers in history to put more money back into their pockets. He is committed to delivering on these issues, but not while we are holding the entire federal government and our country hostage.
Caroline, real quick, is the president not concerned that if you scrap the filibuster, it will be used against the Republicans in the future, where the Democrats will pass legislation without any input from Republicans?
I think the president is realistic in realizing that the Democrats are going to do that anyway. You had two Democrats who were opposed to it, Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin. And where are they? Neither of them are in the United States Senate today because they were pushed out by the far left radical base that has completely taken over the Democrat Party. Again, these are radical left lunatics in charge of the Democrat Party today, and they will nuke the filibuster. They want to make Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico states. They want to pack the Supreme Court. They don't care about our sacred institutions in our country. And so Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. And that's what President Trump thinks.
One of the most important events of the upcoming week is the Supreme Court hearing on President Trump's tariffs and the use of the emergency to use those tariffs. I spoke with the president about it in my last interview with him 2 weeks ago. Here's what he said. Let's take a listen.
I don't want to even think about it. We're doing so well to think about it. You know, if that happened, we'd have to pay back money. So if anything would happen with that, that would mean they're allowed to use tariffs and we're not. If they took away, this is national security, if they took away tariffs, then they've taken away our national security.
Caroline, what is the backup plan if the Supreme Court goes against you?
Well, we do have backup plans, and the president's trade team is working diligently on those contingency plans. But ultimately, Maria, we are hopeful that the Supreme Court will rule on the right side of the law and do what's right for our country. The importance of this case cannot be overstated. The president must have the emergency authority to utilize tariffs. Look at what President Trump has been able to do by leveraging tariffs and leveraging the might of the United States economy. We are the #1 consumer country in the world, and every country around the world knows it. It's because of tariffs that President Trump has been effectively able to cut so many tailor-made trade deals with so many countries around the country. Look at what around the world. I mean, look at what he just did in Asia. You had Malaysia, you had Japan, you had South Korea. Trade deals all over the place. Trillions of dollars of investments pouring into our country because of his effective use of tariffs. And it also is a key part of our national security. The president must be able to use this authority, and we're hopeful that the Supreme Court will hear this argument, will look at the law honestly, as they have in so many cases in the past, and they will rule on the right side of the law and on the right side of the president, not just for President Trump, but for future presidents and administrations to come as well.
Most people have realized the effect of President Trump's policies have made people feel much better across the country. And, of course, that love fest that he just came off of in the Asia trip, it almost feels like the Democrats don't want him to do so well. They are not so happy that things are going well.
They don't. And it's really pitiful, Maria, because I see how hard President Trump works. He just flew literally around the globe, barely sleeping for days on end to advocate for America and all of our people, Republican, Democrat, Independent. He is cutting trade deals and peace deals and bringing trillions of dollars of investments. That means more job and opportunities in communities across the country, regardless of political affiliation. He is doing this for the betterment of the United States of America. And the reception he received from these countries around the world was remarkable. The world knows America is back, and we have a leader who has the highest respect from foreign leaders all over the world again.
Well, we saw it. We watched it all, Caroline. It's great to see you. Thank you so much. We'll be watching.
It is
White
great
House
to
Press
see
Secretary.
you.
Thanks, Caroline Levitt.
TNT, you're cracking me up, by the way, there.
We're going to be...
She's so smart and well-spoken. I think we would make great babies. Oh, that's funny, dude. Honestly, Alter says, honestly, I believe that people like you and people on the left largely want the same things overall. However, I don't think that the Republicans or Democrats have the interest of the people in mind. Well, I don't think a lot of the representatives, some people call them the leaders. I try to refrain from it because we are their leaders. We elect them. They're supposed to serve our will. That's what I believe that Trump is doing right now, actually. Well, it's weird. They're actually voting to open the government. Trump wants the government open. But he's also doing what we want, which I like the government. At least at first, I like the government being shut down. But they're not bending. The people that elected Trump, I believe, don't want Trump or the Republicans to give the Democrats an inch. That's what winning elections does for you. You know what I mean? But I do agree largely that Republicans and Democrats can probably agree with more things than we can disagree on. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive. Max says the Democrats' entire strategy is don't you hate that guy? We're not for him. So yeah, I suppose they would think that. Yeah. The Democrat strategy for a long time has been the other guy is terrible. The other guy is the worst thing on earth. Vote for us instead. Rather than, I'm going to deliver this for you. I'm going to deliver this for you. You guys need this. I see this as a huge need in our country, and I'm going to deliver it for you. And this is how we're going to do it. Only thing it is orange man bad. We're the lesser of two evils, is the Democrat approach. And, I like how Trump he said he seems to be the first president in my lifetime that is actually trying to make an effort, who seemed to be sincere. Now, yes, he's boisterous and Some people think he's a liar. I think sometimes you just speak on things that you think might be able to get done and they just can't get done. But I don't think he just evilly, intentionally goes out to lie. But he's at least making the effort to try to deliver on the campaign promises, as opposed to like the Hillary Clinton types that is just talks about the power, you know, the phrase of the power, all this stuff. And it's like, it leads me to believe that Democrats will just lie, cheat, tell you what they think you want to hear in order to get you to vote for them so that they can have the power. I don't think Biden delivered one thing in his campaign trail because he didn't have one thing on his campaign. It was all just orange man bad. This guy's the worst, so you got to pick me instead. Trump is the first guy in my lifetime, and he did it in his first term, and he's doing it in this term, where he's like, I really want to get this done. Let's get it done. And then he gets it done. He started off pardoning the J6ers, which, as a person that was there that day, no, I didn't go inside the building. I didn't do any breaking of the laws or anything, even though I think the Capitol is the people's building, and it's hard to say that they trespass, but whatever. I didn't do any of that stuff, but I do like how Trump delivered the pardon like he said he was going to. He pardoned Russ Ulbricht like he's told the libertarians he was going to. He's done a lot of things that other people would just slough off once they get the power, right? Trump in his first term, notably for a lot of times, said, you know, you guys are the ones I work for. The American people have the power. Like, I like that. I appreciate that. I feel like he understands it. And he's not power hungry. The dude knows that he could be retired on the golf course somewhere. He elects to do that. He chooses to sleep 4 hours a night and work for us and fly around the world. I joked about the world being flat, although I think it'd be a cool concept because then it suggests 100% that there's a creator who put us on this plane under a dome that built it. But, you know, whatever. That's beside the point. Nobody's crying. See, here comes another Democrat. See, this is what I'm talking about. The first thing they say, cry harder, dumbasses. Nobody's crying about anything. You guys just are so detached. Like, you have to be a bot. You're like the fourth person that came in here and said cry harder is the first thing. It's crazy. I think their leaders are the owning class. We unfortunately live in a world where if you have money, you have the power. They're certainly more powerful if they have money, that's for sure. They have more clout. They have the ability to pay off politicians to get their way. That's, you know, another reason why we need term limits on everything. You get these people that are like Mitch McConnell being literally carried around. And the dude's, you know, I'm sure he's a multimillionaire. Like, I don't think anybody in, you know, any of our representatives that we elect should become rich off of that. You know what I mean? Off of that position or off of their paycheck or anything. Like, these people need to live by the same means that the people that they serve. It should actually be a position that people don't want. It seems like the best leaders in history are the people that, you know, even in the movies, are the people that didn't really want it, you know? The Republicans see the sins of the Democrats so well, but can't see their own. It breaks the other third of Americans' hearts to watch. Right. Well, I talk about the Democrats a lot because I feel like they're the lesser of two evils, but I mean, career politicians are just as evil. Republican or Democrat. I think that a lot of the Republicans historically are the ones that bent on their values or lied about having values in order to get us into this position. The slippery slope of gay marriage has led to where we are today, right? I mean, so many slippery slopes have just gone way out of control. That's because Republicans gave an inch in the first place. I got my popcorn. Gonna be fun watching Escape from New York become a documentary. Who gets to play Snake? Who gets to be Snake? Zohran's mom makes Disney movies. He's loaded. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I don't disagree there. Just me. Google how much money Trump has made as a president. Well, I know he's donated his paycheck. You can't donate your paycheck and then say that he's greedy. Greedy people want every cent they have coming to them. Now, Trump's net worth that he's made is partially in part because the Democrats canceled him on everything. So he went and made Truth Social, and then he got like $5 billion off the SPAC from it. And I think that actually happened in between his terms, but still, Trump is not enriching himself off this presidency. Yeah, despite the fact that, I mean, they go and they vote on bills that benefit certain companies over other ones, and then at the same time they buy the stock in the company that's going to benefit. It's on both sides. It's on both sides. Career politicians that are in those positions for too long, ultimately, absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Right. Like I'm more of a Trump, America First type of individual than I am a Republican. I just can never vote for a Democrat again at this point. Some of the things that they value, like abortion, open borders, they're just things that I just in my soul can't ever align with. So it's a lesser of two evils, essentially. But I like Trump. And I don't even know what I think about JD, some of his history, but I'm willing to look past that because I think he's doing the right things lately. Excuse me. That's crazy. I didn't know Mamdani's mom is a Disney person. Pretty woke over there at Disney, too. Your libertarian wife loves Mama Mamdani. Mamdani, whatever. I say his name however I want. He didn't make the shitcoin. It was his son. And you know, coins go up and down. So I don't know. I'm out of the crypto world. I've been there, done that, and got used and abused by people rugging programs and stuff like that, rugging projects. But I don't believe that project has been rugged, so I don't know. You can't determine it yet. I do think we should get back on the gold standard. I want to be the gatekeeper that keeps all these fuckers locked out of Florida, too. The way they lied for years about Russiagate should make any reasonable person swear off the Dems. Yeah, that's true. That's true, 100%. Americans need to have more beers together and less hatred because someone else... I mean, that's the thing. Like, when it comes to sports, like, essentially, a few other things, you know, politics go to the wayside. Like, we're both Royals fans, you know, or whatever. And it's like, all that other crap doesn't matter in those moments when you celebrate the World Series victory, or as a Chiefs fan when Mahomes is dominating or whatever, you know. But you know, Mahomes is dominating. But I took my Harrison Butker jersey off the wall today because I needed to wash it. Trump pardoned people who brutally beat police officers. I don't think any police officers really got brutally beat. They fought with them. Like, KSU, I'm not really into college sports. To keep a long story short, I don't know how long you've been around Kansas City, but when Nick Wright was on 610 Sports, he highlighted Jeff Passion's book, Death to the BCS, and compared college athletes to indentured servitude. And it really rang a bell with me, and I just couldn't. I watched KU the year that they won the championship in basketball when they had Chalmers, and then after that I just didn't. I've been out on college sports, for the most part, but I do like the pros. One of my best friends, he went to K-State. He's also a Democrat. I've had a few friends that I went to high school with go to K-State and come back completely changed. I'm just woke to the core from some of these professors that were teaching them and stuff. I mean, that's just a tone deaf, like, non-point. Jay Dozios, it's not two sides. Trump has never had a genuine conversation with a working class. My chat jumped on me. Working class person who wasn't on a payroll. How can you say that? There's so many times people are documented by saying Donald Trump is a great person to work for. He used to walk through the lobby and hand out $100 bills. Like, there's just so many stories. Like, how can you say that? That's crazy. He's the most in touch with the common man billionaire probably in the history of this planet. I don't know about that part, but I'm maybe being a little bit extreme with that. But I'm just saying, like, he's in touch. The dude is a New York construction worker. The dude is a businessman, not a construction worker. He's a businessman. You know what I mean? Like, he's not the lifelong politician that a lot of these folks. Hi, baby. Parky was ready to come in here. She got spayed yesterday. Sorry. Come here, girl. Come here. I know it hurts. Come here. She's got her little outfit on. Hi, baby. But yeah, you can't say that Trump is, like, completely out of touch with the common man. I say he's one of the most in touch with the common man billionaires that we've seen in a while. There you go, devolve into the name calling. I mean, if you spend time in here, you see it. It's a cookie cutter approach. You come in with a bullshit take. I don't capitulate, and then they resort immediately to being the cookie cutter aspect person, snowflake that resorts to name calling when you can't win an argument. Take the hat off? Oh, you think I'm bald? I got the hat on because my hair is out of control, dude. So I'm bald and a cunt. Cool story, bro. I never said he's relatable. I said he actually has a relationship and understands the working man. When you work 20 hours a day, you get what hard work is. It doesn't matter how much was given to you. I'm not mad. I'm just saying I'm not actually laughing at you. Snowflake again. See, I'm laughing at you. You're 1 in a million. You're 1 in a billion. Like, seriously, every Democrat does the exact same MO as you. There's, like, I've said it like 5 times in this stream. You're 1 in a million, dude. 1 in a billion. Hairline receding. Oh, okay, there you go. I'm 44 years old and I got a stronger head of hair than you do. Yeah, it is what it is. Bear Pro. That hairline is literally falling back. Dude, you can't, you're not gonna hurt my feelings talking about my hair. You've seen my hair, you've seen my grandpa's hair, you've seen my dad's hair. Like, you're way out of sorts. But you know, you can't rationalize a thought, so I don't expect anything better from you. Mad baby bot. I'm the one on here with the camera in my face and my name on the screen. Who are you, Bear Pro? Sorry, baby. I know it hurts. I know. When I stop petting her, she gets whiny. But she got spayed yesterday. Man, honestly, I'm sorry you get treated like this. I'm exhausted just watching it. I know, and I know it's not entertaining for you guys, so I do need to do a better job about not talking about this stuff, but not addressing these folks and just ignoring them. But sound like I'm tearing up? This is my dog whining at my feet. Yeah, any kind of name calling these things is just stupid. But it's all about, I mean, that's just how it devolves to. Most of these Democrats that come in here, they devolve to name calling and insults. And they're not willing to have the conversation. Now, there is the exception, and I appreciate you guys that are willing to be the exception. But my experience is exactly what Bear Pro is. Yeah, see? You're talking about my mom? Like, dude. By the way, my mom's a Democrat. But I'm the one with the control. So, Bear Pro, you can gon' get. Got my USAF cap over intruding solar panel shine. He got banned. I mean, I don't mind debating because I like practicing on my debate skills, but some people are just intolerable. And I know it's not entertaining for a lot of you guys, and I apologize. Yeah, and, you know, Remodeler says, for context, Trump's COVID spin could have funded 50 years of Obamacare. I don't know if that number is true, but I completely disagreed with Trump passing that COVID bill and sending people money. I actually had to end up paying it back. I disagreed with it when it showed up. The check showed up. Of course, I put it in the bank and then ended up having to pay it back. But I disagreed with it 100% on the front end. I don't think he should have done it. But that to me, the fact that I can criticize Trump just goes to show that MAGA's not a cult. You can't go against the cult leader and be a cult. Now try that in the Democrat Party. What happened to Joe Manchin and Christian Sinema when they went against the Democrat Party, when they were trying to block in the filibuster? Oh, now their career's over. Anyways, I can't wait to see how many thumbs down this video has. Might be a record. Might be a record. I'm the only guy that tried to take my skate off and stab a guy. So we've been talking about the elimination of the filibuster, and here we have Senate Majority Leader saying that he doesn't have the votes to eliminate the filibuster despite Trump's wishes. Now, I don't know about that. We'll have to see here. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune said Monday there isn't enough support from Republicans to invoke this so-called nuclear option and kill the chamber's filibuster rule. Now, this is the type of feckless Republican behavior that has led us to the situation that we're in. You got to nut up at some point. Like, how can you not toe the line for the people who elected you? It's crazy. It's insane. If the people are saying, yes, nuke the filibuster, get the government back open, get the benefits to the people that need them, even the people that don't need them, then we can renegotiate and talk about some of these programs. We can at least get the ball rolling again and back on the right track somewhat. But at this point, we're at an impasse and nothing's getting done. And I don't like that. These people are getting paid way too much money to do nothing. So He said the votes just aren't there. Thune told reporters on Monday, according to Politico. When asked if he had spoken with President Trump about the issue, Trump reportedly laughed and responded, "Oh yeah." So Trump had urged Senate Republicans last week to change a procedural rule that requires legislation to receive at least 60 votes in order to move forward. That's the filibuster, right? That's why it's not just a majority rule. Otherwise, it would have been done. For those that might not know, to pass this CR, you need 60 votes, but there's not 60 Republicans in the Senate. So even though all the Republicans who have the majority are voting to keep the government open, it requires the cooperation of some Democrats to actually get past this filibuster rule of 60 votes. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Hey, welcome back, Tab. Good to see you, brother. That's what a lot of people don't understand. And they love to use this phrase that's the Democrat talking points. And here, okay, 3X in the healthcare. I thought you were going to say 3. Okay, so the Democrat talking points, which is the Republicans have the House, the Senate, and the White House. How is this not the Republican government shutdown? Well, I just explained it to you. So with the Democrats all voting to keep the government closed in unison, no matter how many Republicans, which is all of them, besides Rand Paul, which he's more of a libertarian in the middle anyways, right? I believe now that Fetterman and one other Democrat are voting to open the government now, which we called Fetterman out originally for blaming the Democrats and then going and voting that day to keep the government closed. It's like, dude, we like actions from the show me state or the border of it, right? And we like actions over words, definitely. That's what speaks to, rings more true to us. But the president argued that without needing to hit the 60 vote threshold, Republicans could end the country destroying government shutdown now in its 34th day with a simple majority vote. Could also help us get a lot of other stuff done to help the Republicans take some ground back. But it's now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option to get rid of the filibuster, to get rid of it now, Trump demanded on Truth Social Post last Thursday. And so it's been actually about a week now since Trump originally said, we got to nuke the filibuster and just get this shit going. We need the government back open. That's Trump himself fighting for all these people on Snap, fighting for a lot of, the takers from the country, essentially. And it's contrary to, like I said earlier, the narrative that Hakeem Jeffries is saying that, the king hasn't allowed the Republicans to open the government and work with us. Trump is actually not the king. And here you even see that the Republicans are resisting Trump's request to nuke the filibuster. Hakeem Jeffries, it took 3 weeks for his narrative to just completely crumble. But Trump re-upped the demand on the interview in 60 Minutes that aired on Sunday. I know John doesn't. Well, John and a few others, but you know what? The Republicans have to get together, Trump said, acknowledging the reluctance of Thune and other Republicans to set a precedent that Democrats could use to ram through their own legislation priorities should they take control of the Senate. And they should. At this point, they should. It's well known that the Democrats have already tried it and they will certainly do it again. So to use the excuse of, well, once the Democrats get in power, they're going to nuke it. Well, you know what? That's just you looking out for yourself and not looking out for the American people, because it's time to get this shit done. I like the government being shut down originally, but at this point, all the benefit that can come of it has come of it, and now it's just a detriment. So he said, I disagree with him on this point. He said Thune's pro-filibuster stance. In his first floor speech in the 119th Congress, Thune defended the filibuster as a tool that the founders intended to ensure that the Senate stays the Senate. Well, it would still say that stay the Senate. It's within the constitutional rights to do it. And they're supposed to do it for the American people, as far as I'm concerned. Continuing quote, they said they made the Senate smaller and the senators' terms of office longer in the intention of creating a more stable, more thoughtful, and more deliberative legislative body to check ill-considered or ill-tempered legislation and protect the rights of the American people, he said. What's the point of having a president? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Under former President Joe Biden, Senate Democrats tried and failed to abolish the filibuster. The party encountered opposition from centrist Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kristen Sinema of Arizona, both of whom later switched their affiliations to independent when they attempted to gambit, but all three Democrats have voted to block a House passed bill to fund the government through November 21st more than a dozen times since the start of the shutdown. I think we're up to 14 or 15 times now, by the way. Yeah, Biden proposed abolishing the filibuster. So they've already tried. Yeah, it's hard to turn people away at the door at the emergency room. And they don't. And they probably shouldn't. But that's why they that's why they're overrun. I saw a joke the other day. I don't think it was true, but somebody said they wore an ice hat when they had to go to the emergency room, and it cleared out, and they got help a lot sooner than they would have otherwise. I got a chuckle out of that. So, if you need emergency care, maybe throw an ice hat, buy an ice hat, keep it in the closet till maybe you need some emergency care, and throw that baby on, and you get right in there at the emergency room. But that's the problem with overcrowding our society with the illegal takers, illegals from other countries that are just taking off the society, right? That if they were working and trying as hard as we are, they'd be able to afford their own health care. Hey, real quick, while I can, give me 1 second. If you haven't already, make sure you download the Rumble app. It's free, simple to use, and the best way to stay connected to the content you want. Once you've got it, search for my channel and hit follow. That way, you'll get a notification every time I go live. No missed shows and no extra steps. You can grab it right now by using the link in the description or the pinned live chat. Download it to your phone and you're ready to go. And if you prefer watching on the big screen, Rumble is available on all major streaming devices and smart TVs. Just search for Rumble, follow the channel, and be part of the action. I appreciate you guys for letting me do that. Made 10 cents. I get a chuckle out of that. What else we got? I think that's about it. I got one more little thing to share, we'll talk about, and then we'll get out of here. It's been almost a 4-hour long stream, which I did not intend on doing. But I had a lot of fun talking to some new people. I hope you guys who are engaging in chat do subscribe, do come back. I hope we can have conversations, maybe come to an understanding of where at least the other side is coming from without being dicks about it. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Let's see here. They contribute an estimated $25 billion to Social Security annually. They aren't eligible to receive it. Well, I think they are eligible to receive it. They can't even prove who they are, so to get the jobs. And I know no deductions come out of their checks when they claim 9 to 12 dependents on their paycheck. So I don't know. I don't really know if I believe that $25 billion are going into Social Security. And to be honest with you, if all those jobs were being filled by Americans, that $25 billion would still be paid into the system. It's not like we need the replacements working for cheaper wages. As a matter of fact, if they weren't working for cheaper wages and it was an American making proper wages, more than $25 billion would go into Social Security in the end, because isn't it based on how much you earn, how much you pay in? So that's actually hurting Social Security. Now that I think about it, that's actually hurting Social Security by employing illegals, even if they do pay in $25 billion. If they hired legals for the proper wage, that would be higher than $25 billion going into Social Security. And those same people would get, there's not adding anybody to the Social Security receiving it on the other end. People are paying into it anyways. They're going to get it anyways when they hit that age. Tab says these members of Congress who shut down the government that are getting paid, by the way, should be tried for treason. Look, I don't disagree. Treason, maybe sedition. Yeah, that's fair. I work in tech currently, and the company leadership responded to H-1B changes by offshoring more. Yeah, that's what they do. And that's what Democrats like to promote. They try to they want to overtax, and they chase big companies out of the country. That loses us jobs, that loses us income into Social Security. It hurts us overall from top to bottom, from beginning to end. And the simpler solution would be make it illegal to pay anyone less than federal minimum wage with the borders of the U.S. or any employee, citizen or not. I agree with that. Although, like, when you're talking like skilled labor, like say framing or like framing a house, being a carpenter, they're not necessarily working for minimum wage, but they would work for less than what a what a trained carpenter, what a skilled labor would demand, right? And I do agree with this. It's crazy that we're more focused on targeting individuals seeking a better life than companies that are hiring undocumented immigrants. Yeah, I think those companies should absolutely be held more responsible for hiring undocumented immigrants. Certainly, it's all about trying to make more. That's why I've always fought for, I think, less regulations on a lot of things. It's so hard to get a builder's permit in certain instances. It takes forever. You got all this red tape. You got all these people and jobs that you have to get through. All these other layers that you have to get through just to get your building permit. Yeah, so you reduce the cost on the front end. It's things like that. Stuff that Trump actually did in his first term. But yeah, I also think there should be higher penalties for employers that are hiring illegals as well. If say an illegal is netting you $1,000 a week, but the fine of hiring them is $100, you're still netting $900 profit. So I pay the fine, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. And then it's discouraging, and you have these people. Americans don't want to work, and it's like, no, that's not even true. Americans just don't want to work for the going wage right now because the wages have been driven down. Nobody wants to work 40, 45, 50 hours a week and then require their wife to also work so that they can pay for childcare and have kids, you know what I mean? Pay their mortgage or just rent, not even break out of it. Danny Boy says, I do agree they shouldn't get paid and should permanently lose that money. It should be a lump sum payment when they pass it. They should not be allowed, talking about the senators, leaders, they shouldn't be allowed to vote on their own salaries. Yeah, they give themselves raises all the time. Wouldn't that be nice, right? They just call YouTube and be like, yo, you know what? You pay me $2 per 1,000 views I get. I'm voting for it to be $5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't show up in society. It doesn't reflect in society. When I don't show up to work, I don't get paid. When you guys don't show up to work, you don't get paid. You might even lose your job. Oh, you're out of dog trees. It's gonna be a rough night. Oh no. Yeah, voting on their own salaries is crazy. Okay, so finally here we got this. President Trump has invoked the emergency powers to impose tariffs in other countries, ultimately Americans whose power resides in Congress, not the president. Let's see here. Oh, this is Rand Paul. He's always going against the Republicans at every turn. It's crazy. This dude might as well just run into the Democrat ticket. Which is funny here, his statement. Considering the current status is Rand Paul is voting to close the government, which when the government is closed, the president actually has more authority. So Trump imposing tariffs on other countries, specifically at this moment, he even has more authority to, but tariffs he had authority to do in the first place. He's not controlling spending like what is on the hands of Congress. He's actually controlling income. It's crazy. That's what the president is there for. What's up, Thunder Sooner? People that voted for the new mirror and voted for Islamic invasion. Yeah, 100%. I think Trump should nuke the filibuster, and they need to make it to ban people born in foreign countries from holding any type of leadership, any type of political leadership position. I mean, wealth gets funneled to the top, essentially. Profits get funneled to the top. But when you're employing hundreds of people or thousands of people, that wealth is actually being spread out to the people that work for you. They otherwise wouldn't have a job had you not created that company in the first place. I dare someone to call this Kansas gal a liberal. Oh, mayor, not mirror. Okay. I should have understood that. Voted for the new mayor. I was wondering if maybe they've been calling him the mirror. I don't know. I get what you meant though. So maxed out. Have you ever been to Liberal, Kansas? I'd driven through there one time years ago, and the air in the city smelled like shit. My wife and I chuckled. I was like, why does it smell like shit here in Liberal, Kansas? That's funny. It's a small town. I'm sure it was a farming thing or something, but we got a good laugh at that. Now we're talking. Let's get Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz out of here. I think Rubio is actually doing a pretty good job. He's doing a better job than I expected. But the Supreme Court is, oh, they're going to make me pay for the New York Times. Freaking jerks. Capitalist pigs. Making me pay for a subscription to read their news article. Don't they know how it works nowadays? Why do I think that free buses and childcare are bad for people of New York? It's not free. People think money just comes out of the sky. It's being taken from somebody. And there's only so much that you can take from people. It's not free. Why do you think that hardworking people need to pay for other people's childcare instead of their own children? There's a real question. Banished demons. Yeah, but way out west. Oh, chat is jumping on me. Once again, the same question. Why do you care about the politics of New York if you're a middle American that hates cities anyways? Because I care about America. I care about Americans. I don't want any part of our country to become socialist. I care about the people that suffer violent crime brought on from situations that should have been prevented in the first place. Like the Ukrainian gal that was stabbed to death on the subway. One death, one crime is too many, right? We got our own problems. We don't need to import more. New York smells like shit too. You fucking hate driving. The salaries are at least 2 times higher than anything I'd get outside of San Francisco. Yeah, but I think the cost of living in New York has skyrocketed too, so it's a wash. Almost says when I first moved to Florida, my wife and I were driving. She said it smelled like shit. Oh, chat jumped on me again. Dang it. She said it smelled like shit. I had to admit that I farted. What you do is you blame it on the decomposition. Now that's my whole debunking of CO2 emissions, right? Carbon emissions. Drive through Florida and you realize how much organic material is decomposing and rotting And like you go next to the highway with a bunch of cars, you can't smell the exhaust like 50 feet from the road. But you drive down just a random road in Florida and the swamp stinks so freaking bad because of the decomposition. It's like, man, look, mankind is putting a little bit of CO2, a little bit extra CO2 emissions out there, but nothing compared to what the earth does on its own. Not to mention plants need CO2 to thrive. Try adding CO2 to any plant that you can. Enclose a plant with a light and give it some CO2 next to the same plant under the same light without CO2 and see which one grows better. The plants upkeep the CO2 emissions. Now, if you do something and you kill the plants, then we're in trouble, but... Thunder Sooner says, what's happening in New York City is a canary in a coal mine. If a warning for the rest of the country, that's why I used to care what happened in New York politics. Yeah, that's true, too. It's just a slow creep. Just a slow creep. Look what happened in Europe. Vanish Demon says the hardworking people we refer to are the billionaires that pay their workers less than minimum wage and offboard all their manufacturing to China. Well, they wouldn't offboard their manufacturing to China if we had it within our United States, but we don't so much because the Democrats regulated it out of the country. It's simple. There's parts of the equation that you have to factor in, and you act like everybody working for a company is making less than minimum wage. That's crazy. First of all, there is a minimum wage because that's the law requirement. So who's working for less than minimum wage? And also you have layers to it. Some people get paid more than others, but even the lowest on that pay scale still gets at least minimum wage. You have CEOs, you have managers, you have directors, you have salespeople, you have secretaries, you have custodians, janitor if you want to be a dick about it. They're all getting paid. They're all getting benefits. They're all getting health care. They're all getting a 401k. Not all, but a lot of them, especially if they're a big company like that. And you got to keep in mind, nobody's entitled to any job. If it sucks, quit and find another job. When you take a job, you sign on to an agreement. You have a conversation in an interview that says, we're willing to pay you this much. You accept? Yes. If no, you say, I need more money than that, and they either take it or leave it. Go get a different job. Taxing billionaires that pay their fair share. Good grief. Yeah, you don't tax billionaires to get their fair share. They pay their fair share. They pay way more than you and I ever will combined. So let's just be real. What is their fair share? The plan is to move somewhere cheap when I retire. Like a different country? Is that what you mean? Like, I don't know, I was just curious. They're asking if you have a Rumble account, Thunder. I want you over on Rumble. The guy you're telling wholehearted has been boasting his opulence obtained through deals for 50 years. What do you suppose got into him all of a sudden? You're talking about Trump? Well, I think Trump has always cared about his country and he just saw the need to jump into it. I don't think he did it for his own personal gain. As a matter of fact, his net worth dropped in his first term from when he went in to when he came out. First president in my lifetime that didn't come out richer in the end than he was on the front end. What, Obama made like $9 million on a $450,000 a year salary. $450,000 times 8 is what? I know a lot of people in here think 2 + 2 can equal 5, but it's roughly 3.6 million. Is that right? Where'd he get the 9? How'd he get the 9? Oh, did Big Mike make that? Big Mike made up the gap. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of death on his hand there too, Cuomo does. Typical New York to Florida pipeline. Yeah, I mean, I-95 is full of people driving south. I'd like to see us return to the Eisenhower administration tax structure for America, is the Kansan in me. I'm not a whole lot familiar with that, but I do like the tariff idea, where we didn't used to pay, we used to not pay income tax, federal income tax. It all came from tariffs. It all came from deals that our representatives that we elect make with other countries, kind of being responsible on the front end. I'm not sure what the Eisenhower administration tax structure was, but I do like less taxes, fewer taxes, that's for sure. I like him too, but don't be too quick to trust any politician. Like Reagan said, trust but verify. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm from that show me state area, right? My mom lived in Missouri. My dad lived in Kansas. So I got that. I like a leader that leads by example rather than by words. And I see Trump trying to deliver on a lot of his promises. No, he's not perfect. And I think he's a hilarious troll. Super funny dude, but I think that comes with not being in politics. He doesn't have the stick up his ass. He's more of a guy's guy. His sons seem down to earth. That thumbnail is racist. Here it is again. Straight to the name calling. Welcome in, Jack Franzino. I love letting this stream go on, and as these folks come in, it just proves my point over and over and over again. The Trump family has made an estimated $500 million with their crypto ventures. Well, I mean, they're business people. Getting into new tech as it advances is a smart thing to do. You want to stay ahead of the curve. Trump isn't smart. Okay, he just graduated from Wharton Business School. Yeah, dumb people come out of there. Not like he got a DEI graduate diploma either. Already being rich is not a redeeming factor when one is questioned on their loyalty to working class. Dude, look at how many people win the lottery and then within 3 years go broke. Just because you have money handed to you doesn't mean that life is easy. There comes a huge amount of responsibility. And Trump has started business after business. Some of them failed. But what did he do? He got back up. He tried again. And he found his niche. It's respectable to not be a quitter. It's respectable to not just take the money and run and cover it with bankruptcy. He covered it with bankruptcy when he failed, but then he started again. He grew up with a silver spoon. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you grow up with a silver spoon or not. Most wealth is lost within a couple generations. So the fact that Trump was able to grow his dad's wealth is an outlier. It's to be respected. Oh, you would, Elmo. You would definitely get that envy. You've seen that thing swing through the pants on that one time she was dancing. He was dancing on Ellen, right? But I mean, I've had Democrats friends tell me I don't trust Trump because he's never had a drink of alcohol or smoked a joint in his life. And it's like, that makes him untrustworthy? Your guys are just so illogical. Doesn't make any sense. That is untrustworthy. That's what I'm seeing here in my chat. Like, oh, you spoon fed and all this stuff. But just like, guys, you don't. Yeah, I don't like the 4chan gripers either. You should trade crypto and be president. Trump doesn't trade crypto. His son does. His son does, but Hunter Biden was selling paintings of for $500,000. He has no clout before that. Donald Trump Jr. is at least a successful businessman. He's run TV shows. He's done all kinds of stuff. He's got a long list of accolades to back up like what he does. Instead, Hunter Biden was selling, whatever, $500,000 paintings, smoking crack, being protected by our tax dollars and Secret Service. Well, Trump hasn't made money as president. Look at his net worth when he went in his first term, and look at his net worth when he came out on the end. The Democrats made him separate himself from all of his businesses, and all they could cry about is, "We want to see your tax returns." Get real. The dude has stuff to protect. He was a successful businessman. He has people that he does business with, and he needs to protect their interest. And if he gives up his tax returns and they come and find out and say, "Oh, this person's doing business with him, let's go get him." Because we saw it during the first term what the Democrats did to anybody that was in Trump's scope, right? They went and took a telescope and they shoved it up their ass and they prosecuted them for anything they had done in their whole entire life, even if it was separate from Trump. Because then it was, Trump was associated with this guy who committed business fraud, and Trump was associated. They were trying to do anything and everything they can to isolate Trump from his sphere, to hurt his businesses, to hurt Donald Trump himself. They even tried to throw him in jail in the end. They tried to impeach him twice. Well, they did impeach him twice in the House. It didn't go through the Senate. You got to understand the climate there. He had things to protect, and nobody gave a shit about his taxes, really. They were just trying to get him. They were trying to use it against him. Gotta go. Good night, Elmo. Appreciate you for being here, man. It's been fun. They turned $1 million loan into what, $6 billion? Yeah, that's not easy. Yeah, you do that. You guys go do that. Oh. Coming down from your acid trip. It's so much money you can't lose it all. That's not true. Like I said, look at how many people win hundreds of millions of dollars, more than what Trump was given, from the lottery, and how they lose it. Not only that, they lose their families. Trump had so much money. He raised successful kids. He doesn't have one Hunter Biden that strayed. I mean, how do you... I just don't understand. People try so hard to find the flaws in things that just aren't there. It's crazy. The dude deserves a lot of respect, in my opinion. Look at how upstanding his youngest son is. Yeah, Biden sucks too, but that's... I didn't see you on my channel complaining about Hunter Biden making money, the president's son, right? If you think I'm a moron, then quit arguing with me. You can't win the argument, so you keep here trying to argue. Successful businessman, of course. Trump built skyscrapers in New York. Not only that, they're luxurious hotels in all, not every major city, but so many major cities around the country and around the world. I call that pretty fucking successful, dude. $400 million. He turned $400 million into billions of dollars. Hired thousands, tens of thousands of people in the process who are all working, making a living off of that. Y'all suck. Y'all taking over the chat. Which I appreciate the interaction. It helps the channel get more views, but gosh, you guys are just incorrigible sometimes. Only people who win the lottery is East Coast or West Coast, not the middle of America. You know the biggest benefactor of lottery winnings is the U.S. government. When they get their portion, no matter who wins, the U.S. government wins. You hear that Barron's very popular with the art hose at New York University. Oh, so you're talking to the girls at the university? Is that what you're saying? Come on. I don't know. I haven't seen many people call out Hunter from the left. That's for sure. I mean, not that all the painting and stuff aside. I mean, look at the pass that they gave him when in 2020 when his laptop came out. Look at all the levels of corruption when it came to him being flown over to Ukraine to flown on Air Force 2 when Biden was vice president. He was on the board of Burisma. I mean, it's crazy. Total corruption. And they impeached Trump for doing what he was supposed to do in investigating what Biden bragged about, saying that they got the prosecutor fired. Yeah, you're always an alum. Are you one of these one-upper guys? Yeah, you're an alum. You heard through the grapevine. LOL. Of course you have. Yeah, the girls like the billionaire's son. Newsflash: chicks flock to money. President's son. Duh. Duh. All right. So, looking for smarter ways to browse and enjoy your favorite content without ads? Get the Perplexity Pro bundle with Rumble Premium for just $19.99 a month when you sign up before December 31st, normally a $29.99 value. With Rumble Premium, you'll get an ad-free viewing experience across all your devices and access to exclusive premium content. No interruptions, just the videos and streams you love anytime, anywhere. Plus, Perplexity Pro boosts your productivity with unlimited research, unlimited uploads, exclusive member perks, and access to the latest and most advanced AI models for faster, smarter answers every day. Save over 30% on this powerful bundle. Head to rumble.com/premium before December 31st to sign up and unlock your premium experience. I just made 20 cents. Let's go. See, I work for 20 cents. I work for 10 cents. Trump got impeached for what Biden did? No, I didn't say he got impeached for what Biden did. He got impeached for inquiring about what Biden bragged about on camera. Leveraging the United States tax dollars that were allocated by Congress to get somebody fired. He used it as leverage to get somebody fired who was an investigator looking into the corruption of Burisma, whom of which Biden's son Hunter was on the board of, although didn't speak the native language. The 10% for the big guy. I guess that just goes right off the, just no big deal. I'd take you up on that if I was still in Kansas. I'm 1,200 miles away, but don't remind me. Hunting season is a week away. I was supposed to come back in a week, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, all their kids hang out together. That's why it's funny. These people fight on camera, fight each other on camera, but then they send their kids to the same schools. I've been making that point for a long time. That's why they shouldn't be career politicians. Term limits on everything. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. If nothing else, make the people that are buying favor from these leaders do it every 4 years instead of buying somebody off once and then they got them for 20 years in their pocket. Make them at least buy the new person off. But more people take more risk of being exposed. Michigan wants to do away with VPNs. They want to make that illegal, just like Great Britain is making a VPN illegal. That's stupid, because VPNs are important for internet security. I mean, they say, oh, you want to hide yourself and act like you're somewhere else, but it's also to protect your online identity, which is a huge, huge problem with stolen identity. Billions of dollars a year get stolen stolen from stolen identities type stuff. Hacking. It's literally enemy at the gates. I don't disagree. I came here to work at KDHE, but I'm Cajun, married a gardener. Gardener gal. Oh, cool. Do you have the so you're from like Louisiana, I guess you'd say you're Cajun, or like do you talk like the guys on Swamp People? I love that. If I met you in person and you do, I'd have to make you say, we got a tree shaker. We got a tree shaker. I love that show. Swamp People. No, but if you knew me, you knew we laugh at me all the time. I got electric cars. People call me gay for it. They doubt that my wife actually exists. Things like that. We have a good time. We make fun of each other. We make fun of me. I'm fine with it. Captain Willie's going to be on Rumble on Saturday. Let's go. Guys on Rumble, please make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're trying to grow the Rumble audience a little bit. Been having a lot of fun. Enjoying the time on Rumble lately. Using Rumble Studio. And they say Rumble is the place to be. So prove everybody right that says that and hit that subscribe button. Ah, your parents are LSU professional. Okay. Professors, you sound educated, damn it. Ah. That's all right. Bummer, man. I have a kind of a sister-in-law. She was the girlfriend of my little brother who passed away, who was in the Marines. And her dad is from Boston, and we always have him say stuff like, get your car out of my yard, you retard, stuff like that. We have a good time. It's fun. We all laugh. Oh. I drove a heavy machinery for 6 years in my last job in Kansas City before I moved. Well, guys, it's been real. I hate to end the show because I'm having a lot of fun, but we're going on 4.5 hours. I'm surprised some of you guys are still here, but I do certainly appreciate you. I hope you guys come back. I enjoyed talking to you, Max, and some of the other folks said they subscribed, but I don't know if I saw my number go up. YouTube doesn't like channels like mine, and so anytime people can subscribe, it definitely helps me out. Also, I'm up on Rumble. Find me same name, Tyler TV, and let's see here, what else we got. You're back. Oh, you're back on Rumble. Just me has been going back and forth. I got a lot more to talk about. Maybe I'll jump on tomorrow. There's so much to talk about. I only got through 2 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subjects. Actually, let's do this last one here. This is just a one-off type deal. I found this interesting. With all the shills out there, and I don't know, and I'm not accusing Asmongold of being one, but I found this statement of his to be curious, and if nothing else, it's exemplary of bad parenting and people being weak. I don't know what that means. You did sub? Yeah, thank you. Atalter? Am I saying that right? Atalter, or is it? There's something in there that I'm like a license plate that I'm not reading it right. The sign on the wall that says fart zone. I know, I noticed that earlier. It cracked me up. But look, I got a brother that claims he's my sister. And just by me telling you that, that's an example of how I believe we should treat gender dysphoria. And Asmongold has been huge lately. I mean, everything the dude puts out gets 1 million views. It's incredible. But he says here that he would use his kids' preferred pronouns in order to preserve the relationship. Quote, at the end of the day, it would be more important to preserve the relationship that I had with my children than for me to uphold a viewpoint that makes me inconsequential. Well, there's so much to that. If it just blows my mind, right? If you can't be alter or at alter, okay. Gotcha, okay. I'll try to remember that. I should be able to. Klondike Elmo says, I would not call my child by preferred pronouns. Reality is a thing. Yeah, and that's where it's our job to correct young people when they stray. That's the job of a parent, right? Oh, here, let me move myself because I actually... That's the job of a parent, right? Course correction, not to be their best friend. And so here, I'll let him speak.
But whenever they're an adult, they get to make adult choices. And at the end of the day, it would be more important for me to preserve the relationship that I had with my child than for me to uphold a viewpoint that is, you know, to me, really inconsequential. I don't care what gender somebody thinks they are or not, because that's not what defines a human being. Like, you have, at that point, 20 years of life experience with this person. This person is you know, you made this person. No, of course I wouldn't throw that away over some fucking bullshit pronoun thing. Absolutely.
Well, see, the thing is, it goes both ways. If you had 20 years of life experience with the person, you know that person and that person knows you, and they should know that if you tell them something, that you're telling them the truth, right? This is your opportunity to use your years of experience of parenting to them as a trustworthy individual that in your life, when you've strayed, I've course corrected you, and this is another one of those examples. TNT says, good thing he doesn't have a kid, but maybe if he did, he would understand. Tap says, I wouldn't either. There's some evidence that, Maxed Out says, there's some evidence that trans identity is formed by epigenetic processes in utero and has to do with the shape of signaling proteins. That might be like a rare genetic thing, but it's not like the pandemic that we've seen lately, right? It's like Bill Maher said, yeah, it's either in the water in New York and not in other state or whatever. It's a social construct, and it all happens in an echo chamber, mostly around people who also are suffering gender dysphoria. Look, when my brother posts, I don't want to sound insensitive because I love my brother, right? But when he posts pictures of himself wearing dresses from Goodwill with makeup on, people go into his chat and say, oh, you look so beautiful. He does not look beautiful. But it makes them feel good. So then it's an encouraging type of reaction that makes them want to do it again, right? And it's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate. I hate to use that as an example, but I want to tell you from experience, right? I'm trying to tell you what I've learned, at least from my personal experience with this situation.
Absolutely not. And by the way, that her brother hasn't either, and neither has she. The funniest thing about this is that they all agree with this. They do. You're a hypocrite? No, I'm not. I'm actually not. Like, I'm the only person that's not a hypocrite.
Just because that's it. That doesn't make it
Do you
true.
call your son a she? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, that makes you a bad parent. That makes you a liar to your kids.
Yeah, I would do it. I wouldn't want to, like, I would go through I would say, are you sure that you feel this way? And I would try to help them get through their gender dysphoria as much as possible.
No, that's not how you do it. You don't coach them along the way.
I would, but at the end of the road, if nothing else worked, I would, because that it matters more to me than doing that. Like, why is chat mad? Because, and this is the thing, like, and I say this every time, right?
Well, look, being gender dysphoric is classified medically as, it's diagnosable. So, when people...
But whenever they're an adult...
I'll use the Tim Pool's example. When people have the other thing where they believe that they'd be better off without their arm or their finger, we don't just go and cut it off. We get them counseling. We don't put them on hormone blockers. We don't do surgeries to them. We get them the counseling that they need to get their mind right. It's a mental disorder, right? Diagnosable. So, I mean, Remodeler says there's a ton of research. It's more or less consensus of the scientific community these days. But yeah, you look at the UK, they completely abandoned everything. They've looked into it. They've determined, like, all the research has been done. They've abandoned the entire process. Yeah, if your kid said they're a cat at 14, would you take them to the zoologist or a vet? Would you put a cat box in the corner of the room, tell them to shit in it? Make them sleep in the kennel at night? Lay there and pet them? But this is more or less, I'm not trying to, really don't want to, you take them to the furry convention? Oh, good Lord. Yeah, putting trans women on estrogen is actually not. I'm not a doctor, so maybe I shouldn't say it. But from what I've heard, read, and researched, that it's actually giving people estrogen like that is unhealthy, to say it lightly. Yeah, you're a male or female at the end of the day. It's about being a good parent, though. It's about knowing your kid and saying, look, you're a boy. You're a girl. There's only two. There's nothing in between. With the rare exception of people that are actually born with a deformation, which is like 0.0001% or whatever it is, right? If it wasn't for social media and these type of circles, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be going on. I'll catch you later, Tab. Didn't see that you're dipping out. Yeah, I figured you're probably being facetious to take him to the furry convention. Yeah, but that's maxed out. Says we're all female at the start of the day. Then DNA turns a set of instructions that turns half of us male. Some of us don't fully or partially convert to male. Yeah, but the thing is, there's no in between. You're either like, that's just like I said, there's maybe the very extremely rare case of both or something like that. People born with both parts. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, look, I changed my brother's diapers when he was a baby, right? Like, for him to tell me that he is a female, a girl, woman, whatever, is just a straight up lie, especially if I lie back to him and say, oh, I know. So for a parent to do that, It's bad parenting, and it's a shame. I don't watch a whole lot of Asmongold stuff, but it seemed like his chat was apparently turning on him a little bit there. And look, that's just not healthy. It's the parents' responsibility to guide children. The life's already hard enough as it is, and to add that on is that extra layer like that. That's irresponsible, and shame on him for doing that. Like, for saying that. Now he hasn't done it. Like TNT said, maybe if you had kids and you face that, yeah, you mean some 0.0001%. Yeah. If I had a child, who God forbid goes through that, I hope you seriously do your research before saying things like that to them. Well, I do have a 27-year-old kid, and well, she's about to be, and I absolutely would have. Thankfully, I raised her right. Thankfully, I raised her right. Gender isn't the same thing as sex. I'm tired of hearing that. It's about being honest. 900 different genders. Yeah, don't play that game. You want to try to rewrite the entire social construct of male and female that we've had since the creation of man? Yeah, I'm not going for that. God created man and woman. That's what I go with. Just me said, you know, that's not the epidemic that's going on in America, pushed by the blue-haired lefties. Yeah, it's less than 1%, but I'm not talking about the genitals. I'm talking about the hormone system. Look, everybody has different hormones. But ultimately, if my child comes to me and I know she's a girl, she says, I want to be a boy, I'm not going to go give her a haircut. I'm going to say, no, you're a girl. What are you talking about? Well, you might like stuff that boys like, but you might grow out of it. One of my best friends growing up, she played football with us all the time. She was what we used to call a tomboy. She grew up. She never thought she was a man, a boy. Successful lawyer. But whenever somebody goes and plays football nowadays, everybody around says, the girl goes and plays football with the boys or hangs out with the boys nowadays, oh, you might be a boy. And they mess with their head. It's abuse. I've never understood I'm an African American or I'm an Italian American. We're all Americans. Yeah, I do too. And there's a lot of black people that actually say, no, I'm not African American. I'm black. I'm an American. And I kind of tend to go with that. Now, some people will say they're African American, whatever. But there's Americans to me. Tomboys are not trans guys. No, I know that. I know that, but I'm saying back then that's what they used to call them. Now, if a girl does that type of behavior, there's people around her in her sphere that say, you know, you ever thought about being a boy? You like football. You don't like playing with dolls. You ever thought that maybe you're a boy? They get in their head and they poison them. Essentially steal their innocence. But the point of that is most of these people grow out of it. Puberty hits, and then they realize, oh, I'm a French American because my family came here in the 1700s. I don't know what the hell I am. I think maybe on my mom's side we came from Belgium. That's the word, but I don't even know if it's true. And I won't do one of those DNA tests because I don't want China having my data, stealing my database, stealing my information. Wasn't it that 23andMe or one of those companies got hacked and everybody's like information got stolen. But yeah, I just found this interesting for somebody that's kind of appealing to a right-leaning audience. I think what Asmongold does, come out and say this. It makes me wonder, like, are you doing it for the money? I don't know. You doing it for did you find a niche and you're not really in this? Is your heart really not in it? I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, I think if you have a strong relationship with your kid, you raise them right to love Jesus, you're not even going to have this issue in the first place. What would I say if I had a son who told you that he knew he was a boy but wanted to wear dresses? I would make fun of him. Shame is an important tool. I got made fun of a lot when I was a kid. I hung out with kids that were 3 and 4 years older than me. Being the youngest kid, yeah, you get your nicknames. You have to fight and defend yourself. It helps form you, gives you personality. Oh yeah, your boss is a trans guy who lives in Springfield. Yeah, when it comes to work, it sucks because you got HR and all these people. It's like if you offend them, then you lose your job and stuff. So like the social construct at work like forces you to behave some ways. If you're actually trans, most likely a Dallas Cowboys fan. Man, they just traded for Quinnen Williams. That's the dude I wanted the Chiefs to get so bad. Everybody in the Chiefs stuff forums were like, Quinnen Williams isn't getting traded. The Jets would never trade him. They're going to build around him. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. And then they traded him, and they went to the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys fans are a myth. I'm a Belgian American. I make a hell of a waffle. You smoking a pancake? And that's Austin Powers, and they hate the people from Belgium. Or the dad does. My gold is whack. Consider forcing religion on... Nobody's forcing religion on kids. It's raising your kids in an environment. It's not forcing anything on anybody. You're an outie amongst innies. Yeah, you know what it's like. My biggest regrets was calling this kid Granny. I was in this class, they put 3rd graders and 4th graders together, and I was a 3rd grader, and his name was Grant, and he was a 4th grader. And I called him Granny. You know, Granny, I thought it was funny. We're going at each other. And about a week before that, I had farted really loud in class, and everybody laughed at me. And he started calling me Tootler. And that stuck with me for years. So I regretted calling that kid Granny. I regret telling you guys that story now. I'm just kidding. I can laugh at it now, but man, yeah. Wolf? Did I see wolf? Did somebody say wolf? By the way, prayers for Wolf. He had a heart attack. He's in the hospital. It is written, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Joshua 24:15. Amen. Just me. That's right. I need to remember more of these as it is written phrases. Put on, I'm gonna misquote the one I'm supposed to remember. Put on the army of, not the army, the armor of God. Know your verses as it is written. Making your kid go to church on Sundays when they want to sleep in and watch football. Well, church is before football. Unless they're playing those stupid European games. The full armor of God. I got corrected. Basically, as a mud American, my ancestors screwed everything. I might be part fish. Was that wolf was a woman? Huh. Yeah, those stupid European football games piss me off. The international games. That's how we get Bad Bunny or whatever his name is playing Super Bowl. They want to take advantage. They want to take for granted their fan base that got them to the level that they are, and then cater to foreigners, much like our Democrat government. Church was like 11-3 for you on the East Coast. Currently, my church starts at 11:22 and goes right up till 1 o'clock. So I got to check my fantasy football team for injuries and stuff before church. But historically, before this, I was always out by about 12:30, which gave us plenty of time beyond the East Coast. I also searched among them for a man who would stand in the hedge and make up the gap before me, says the Lord, but I found none. Therefore I have recompensed their own ways upon their heads. Ezekiel. Yep. There's only a few of those in history. Maybe only one. Jesus. Wolf is a guy who was airlifted to the hospital yesterday. He had a heart attack. Yeah, like I said, thoughts and prayers go out to Wolf. Prayer is one of the strongest things that we can do, contrary to what the Democrat Party believes. They hate thoughts and prayers. Bush knew about 9/11 before it occurred through government intelligence. I don't disagree. I don't think Bush was a very good leader. But anyways, guys, I am going to wrap it up there. I'm going to do today's verse of the day from the YouVersion Bible app. We'll get out of here. I love talking to you guys. Today's verse is Proverbs 16:9. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. I like that one. I like that one. Do all the planning that we can and try to do it or whatever, but the Lord has his own time. Your parents gave me money for the church collection, and I had to get a prayer paper for the day's service to prove I went. I paid a Jewish kid half and got the paper, spent rest on arcade games. Shame on you. Just saying, thank you for agreeing, young man. Have a great night. Desiree Battle 9921. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you for watching. Hopefully you guys hit that subscribe button. It's something you can do for free. I really appreciate it. And just so you guys know, I mean, I make like $1 or $2 off of these things, plus like, you know, any super chats that folks send or memberships that people sign up for. So I want to just shout out the members. Thank you, TNT, for sending the $2 and the Rumble rant. And you guys are awesome. I appreciate all the new people in here tonight, even if you're, you know, arguing or just in for the conversation from, you know, the Democrat side or, you know, the independent side, whatever you want to call yourself. I'm always open to learning. I'm never perfect. I'm never 100% right. Although I try to be as factual as possible. It's never intentional. I never lie to you guys. Sometimes I report things wrong and stuff like that. But honestly, I just want to grow community. I want us to find more things in common. And I do kind of like dunking on some of these woke idiots at the same time when the opportunity presents itself. Mostly on the videos we laugh at, you know what I mean? But you know, we can have our disagreements and also be friends. One of my best friends is a card-carrying Democrat that can't stand Trump. He has the worst Trump derangement syndrome on the planet. But yet we're still good friends. So, Remodeler says, been thinking about finding religion again. To be honest, it's bleak out here for non-believers. I highly recommend it. Remodeler, I mean, if I can, are you on X? Do you have an X account? There's a church that I've been going to. It's online. They put all their stuff on YouTube. I'd love to send you some sermons. And even if you're, I highly recommend finding someone local and plugging into the community. Just making friends, plugging into the community at a local church. But there's a lot of good ones to choose from. Just Me says, we only read the Bible in this group. The one and only Holy Bible of God. Yes, the main thing is find a church that is focused on Jesus. You got rage baited by the title, stayed for the vibes. You quit Twitter? Okay, well, I was just trying to think of a way that... Do you have Discord? I could send you this... Here. I'll just put it in chat. Give me a second. Give me a second to find it. That's funny. When I change the screen on this page, it just puts it in the little chat here, in the chat box. Here, let me... Window capture. I should have two. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me find this real fast. I'll go through my history. Or actually... Just give me a second. Bear with me, you guys. These messages from this guy's really just been on point. We tried out this church, my wife and I, on the Sunday after Charlie Kirk was killed, and he was one of the few individuals who was willing to kind of talk about it. And I appreciate a bold truth teller from the pulpit. I don't need smoke blown up my butt. And he just did his third week of this series here. But I'll send you the first one, and then from there you can find the channel. But check this out. And come back and let me know what you think. Come back and let me know what you think about it. Oh, it's not going up on YouTube. It's just going to Rumble. Okay, here, I got to do it on this other page. Let me go to the studio. But yeah, if you're thinking about it, I highly recommend it, man. Or ma'am, miss. Oh, it looks like it might have gone up, actually. It didn't show up on my other feed. But yeah, check that out. Come back and let me know what you think. I highly recommend everybody watch that, actually. And that was the first part of... That was 2 weeks ago. And if you like it, watch the next one and the next one. They're all on his YouTube page there. I should get some leftists on the stream to discuss things with, respectfully, of course. I think it would make for some good content. Yeah, I would like to. I was thinking about that this week. Alter and excuse me, my voice is getting a little raw, but I didn't know where to start trying to find these folks. I've not really thrown myself into the debate realm, but I definitely would be willing to have somebody on. Yeah, he has an impressive beard. He makes me regret shaving mine. You could go back to some of my older videos and see how crazy my beard used to be. I used to have the beard like kind of like him, but mine was a little bit less groomed. I was like frayed out to the side and stuff. It is written, repent for the kingdom of heaven is near, Matthew 3:2. You're here just for the song. Elmo, I do have it queued up. It's the B version. It's not the same one we've been listening to, but I do have it queued up. But you're still in it. But yeah, anyways, let me go back to this other chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. MAGA Christians are actually the worst. You would deport Jesus. No. That's funny, though. That is funny. Put your Rumble, too. Okay, here's my Rumble channel. Let me know if this goes through on the YouTube side, if you don't mind. It didn't show up in the on my side last time. Well, Alter, are you on X? I need to have some way that I can talk to you. If you're on X or Discord, that way we could discuss things beforehand. Your hair's too curly to grow a beard. Starts attacking passerbys. Week 8. Well, it's no shave November, so I'm going a little scruffy again. But my daughter's coming to town at the end of the month. What's your channel? I'm gonna clean it up before the end of November, just because I want to look sharp. I haven't seen her in a while. She still lives in my hometown, but she just got married, so her and her husband are coming. We're gonna have a good time. Oh man, that's a true one right there. Ecclesiastes 1:18, for in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increases knowledge increases sorrow. Well, it's funny because that was kind of part of you have Discord. Well, click that link. That'll take you to the Discord. It's Chris's Discord, but it's a shared Discord from the Jar Openers family. And I'll look out for you, and then I'll send you a friend request and we can talk. Okay. I'll get you set up on StreamYard and stuff like that. But yeah, in reference to this, in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increases knowledge increases sorrow. The pastor that I just talked about, it might be in that message that I put in the chat. It might have been one I was watching that was older. I watch his older stuff too. I've been going through Elijah, his series on Elijah that he did last year, and it's cool. This bearded, beastly man comes out of the woods and starts telling these, leaders that they're wrong, and seems just inspirational. I haven't got all the way through it, but it's pretty cool. But he just mentioned that, getting older, you get more refined, but at the same time, it's almost like, I'm summing it up and I'm probably doing a bad job, but it's more depressing because you're like, the wiser you get, just to that verse right there, Ecclesiastes 1:18, the wiser you get, the more like responsibility and realization of how like unworthy we are. And it actually kind of, in my mind, it kind of like gives us more gratitude for what Christ did for us, and how like less we're deserving of it. You know what I mean? You told her that verse is a scientist's prayer for me. To you, I love how science, just over the last 20 years even, tends to prove God existed, that Jesus existed, God exists, God's reality, more and more. Whereas it seemed like when I was a kid, science was almost like the enemy of God, right? Congratulations to all. We have participated the longest live to date. That's right, Captain. Besides those crazy long, I did like a couple 9-hour streams and 11-hour stream during the No Kings protest. That was pretty brutal. Little marathon stuff. But this one's just been me talking. The other one was me watching other people, protesting and stuff. This is the most talking I think I've ever done in my life without stopping. But, I appreciate the debate. I definitely appreciate the conversation, like I said, and I hope everybody has a good night. I hope you check out that video that I sent. If there's anything that I can do on this earth, expanding the kingdom of God is the main thing for me that I'm getting more towards, like I said. And I've gotten to the point where that you are Thomas, that you need proof. Okay, then look at his hands. God has no issues with proof for those who need it. Science is discovering what God created. I know, I love that. I love that. So, anyways, guys, I don't want this conversation to end, but I will be back on Saturday. My regular schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday at 7 p.m. Sometimes I jump on Thursdays or Fridays. I usually let you guys know in the community tab or on the Discord or on X. But regardless, I do certainly appreciate everybody for being here. Welcome all the new family. I'm going to play this outro song for you. And we'll get out of here. This isn't the same one as usual, but I think you guys have heard it once before. Oh, where's it at? Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. Catch you guys later.
TNT, blowing up the lies, bringing truth to the street. JB, storms rolling, thunder in the sky. The captain steers steady, keeping freedom alive. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Turn it up loud, the signal's gonna last. Is it just me or are we putting it on blast? From shadows to spotlight, we're calling the play. King is here now, so we can start the show. If you're short on dirty money, put it on Jamie's tab. Go. When a troll slips in the chat, we ask Steve, is that you? Don't spam the chat or Chris will give you the boot. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Truth bombs drop and the die is cast. Hidden jokes and heavy riffs, the legends all ride. Together we're the force they can't divide. Earl's daughter speaks the truth, Bill shows no fear. We give up the crown when Andrea gets here. Elmo did it for a Klondike bar, now everybody knows his name. Cool Vic laughing, Ricky Lee sparks a flame. It's the Jar Openers Podcast. Truth bombs drop and the die is cast. Hidden jokes and heavy riffs, the legends all ride. Together we're the force they can't divide. We hate to break it to you, but the jar is open. The light breaks free. Is it just me? Now it's you and me. This is our song, our noise, our legacy. Christ is King.